And I said, well, could you just reframe it? He says, well, I just perceive him as ugly. I said, thank you very much.
That wasn't this
That's right. I wasn't here. I wasn't here, by the way. Yeah, it's like, but the important idea cradled in that is if you start the accusations before you start brainstorming, it really devolves into something that is not as positive. So I'm going to help board members reframe issues that need to be discussed, and I think that public relations, the whole area of communication with the public, has got to be one we spend some time on today. So I guarantee we'll do that. The other factor in here is that we want to spend some time on is while we don't have a big group, if somewhere about halfway through the conversation, it's a good breaking point before we take a break, I'll ask for any participation so you can, those of you that have ideas and you're just anxious to share them, get to share them. So it won't be strictly a time limited, but we'll have a good discussion. This is a board time for having a communication session where they can talk among themselves, because the Brown Act in many ways is both helpful and restrictive. The Brown Act is something that many people misconstrue, and they feel like the Brown Act is we can't talk to each other. And the real truth in that is the Brown Act is here to protect the public. It's here to, and I'm not a lawyer, but I've done this for ever since the Brown Act came into being, and there's a good reason for it. That's because we don't want foul play going on and decisions being made before people have an opportunity to hear it and add their communication to it. One of the things that I'd like to suggest to the board is one of the first things we ought to have is a discussion, since we can't have the whole time to discuss what board norms are going to be. Board norms is how we're going to behave as board members, and some guidelines for doing that. But I have a couple guidelines. One is, besides reframing things into a more positive frame that can be solved, issues that can be solved, but also to suggest to you there's a framework that we might want to look at that other districts have followed. PUDs, special districts, many councils have used these tools. And one of the things that I would like to make some structural changes and recommendations to the board for us to discuss. And one of the structural changes that I think that needs to go on is to talk about roles and responsibilities. And for the purpose of her, I'm going to just stand up for the purpose of her YouTube commitments. One of the things that is important for the board to consider is to define the board responsibility of what is policy and what is management. And believe it or not, you can be on a board or a commission for years and not get the distinction. But at our organization, the board doesn't do the management. The board does the policy. And I'll give you a couple examples as we go through this. Staff does the management, and the board evaluates the manager. The board does not evaluate staff. However, so let me talk about how that happens. What if you have an incompetent operations manager? I made this up now. Our operations guy is not. But what if you have an incompetent operations manager? Who do you hold accountable? You hold accountable the GM, whoever it is, whether it's Alice or Steve or whomever we're pointing at. And the way you do that is to call the GM in with the board in a closed session. You don't call personnel issues out in open sessions. That's the job of the public. The public can say what they want to say, as you have well noticed. And sometimes they're our biggest critics, and sometimes they're our biggest fans. But we need to, if we need an improvement area in our operations or in our superintendent. Then we try to work out in a closed session what those issues are so that the GM can go and deal with those. But you got to hold the GM accountable for that. And that's an example of the GM being held accountable for managing something and for following through. Another thing I would like to suggest structurally for the board, because I've looked at some of the board notes, and by the way, you're fresh and brand new as a working board, so you get a lot of opportunities now to do things differently. And while some of the other board members are more experienced, they're not more experienced working all together with you. And so it's going to be a different give and take than the last board. So one of the things we want to do is making sure that people get to say and finish everything that they start, so that we don't interrupt. It's called common courtesy, but I have to make it sound better. So the common courtesy of being able to finish. Now, I'll give you an example. Dave the farmer, my guy over here, he is a man of few words, but he can get gabby. And my job is to get him a little more gabby today, because he says things absolutely the way he thinks them, and you love that about him. So you can count on, Dave, what do you think? And he'll tell you. Other people take a longer time to develop their thinking, and sometimes they think out loud. We need, as a board, to accommodate people to think the way they think best. And so I think that's one of our structural issues and agreements that we might want together. Another structural agreement, I think, is, in terms of roles, is some new board members get impatient. You notice that? Some people get impatient. They want change when they want change. And I think one of the things you painfully learn being on a board, it doesn't happen as fast as you want it to. But there's more. But you can hold accountability out to staff and to others, and your colleagues. You can hold people accountable. And you hold people accountable by something called project management. Once you have agreed on what you want, and I'm talking about major projects, for example. A major project we'll be talking about today is communication with the public. Big item. But it's not so hard. It's just not so hard if you agree to do it and you put a price tag on it. The problem is for boards to make a decision about what they're going to do on a plan, and then assign the manager to do it and ask for a timeline. Sometimes we forget to ask for a timeline. Can you give us the timeline in the next meeting some way, and what's the process for selection? Get some of those things down, and you trust the manager to bring those back after the board has had a thorough discussion. We talked about last year, we talked some great ideas about how things could be done. And so now we're at a place to where it seems to me one of the things we could do better looking to the future is we could talk about what that would look like and what is the project for doing that. And ask Steve, put a project out there. A project is, in project format, has a beginning, who's assigned to get it done, what the timeline is, how much it's going to cost, and involve as many people as you choose to, but have some expert. If you don't have experts on staff, then you hire people who can get it done to the level that you want it. You can have this level program, this level, or this level, whichever that takes place. But I really would recommend that we do more project management to hold accountable your goals, making sure that your goals get done. As a district, if you have 5 or 6 goals that are big, hairy goals, if you can get those done the next year, congratulations, you just scored a home run. But 20, Janice and I, not too long ago, worked with a brand new board reluctant to do it because they were too aggressive. Can you believe that? They were too aggressive. So we had 3 old members and 2 new ones. The 3 old members were really comfortable with the way things are. Let's just do it. Now that's not, I'm not trying to parody this group. But the 2 new members were said, well, I wanted this to happen tomorrow. And even to consider firing the GM. I mean, they want like right now. And if you can't guarantee right now, we're not going to talk. So they didn't talk for the first meeting. Then later on, that one of them broke the silence and said, okay, I'll talk. And then they started talking together. My point to you is things don't quite go as fast as we want to, but make sure the form and the structure, you hold people accountable for what you want. And that's what we need to do today, I think. Moving forward, keeping things as in a positive frame, not only do we want to talk about that, but we want to talk about what is the state of our finances without talking about lawsuits. Because I can't talk about the lawsuits. That's your business. That's your attorney's business. And talking about the underlying issues that will move us forward and make us a credible, more credible district that distributes water and takes care of the functions that we were designed to do. And that's our purpose. So let me pause there just for a second. Talk about structure. Just the structure we have of, we have a GM who works with staff and holds staff accountable for your goals. He also runs day to day. But over and above, that's your expectation of staff, is that they will do the day to day, and we're talking about special projects. We're just talking about things that are going to enhance and take the district forward, whether it be new things or old things. We're just wanting to go forward. If you have, this is going to be tricky, if you have one thing on your agenda for going forward in this next year, one thing I'm going to ask you for, tell me what it would be and what it would look like to go forward. David?
We're both, he's Dave 1, I'm Dave 2.
Yeah, but he's David and you're Dave.
Okay.
1 and 2 works.
Okay.
I think
so. Are you 1 or 2?
I'm 1.
He's
I'm
1.
All right. Whoa, there's a man hierarchy here.
To be number 1.
Okay.
I'm the new guy on the board.
Okay. All right. 1.
I think the major thing that I want to deal with is infrastructure. It's been terrible. It's a infrastructure. If the taxpayers, including I'm a taxpayer, we're all taxpayers in this district.
Yeah.
If the taxpayers really knew how bad the infrastructure was, they would be helping us fix it instead of always fighting financially. The prior boards, none of us, but the prior boards didn't take care of the infrastructure. And the old general manager. We're finally moving ahead. We're finally being positive. We have a great general manager. And we have a board that's working together. So the infrastructure is my main thing.
Now, just so the public's clear, I'm clear, and so forth, tell me what you mean by infrastructure. Not what Dave 1 is going to talk about, but Dave, what does it mean, infrastructure? What are you specifically concerned about?
The ditches, for one thing.
Okay.
Major problems that the prior boards didn't want to touch. We'd like to gunite a lot of it. And we need that money to gunite these canals. If not, we're going to have major blowouts like we did 2 years ago. It costs us a lot of money. So I think we need to put more money into the infrastructure.
So it's preventative?
Yes, definitely.
Most of it is preventative, you're talking about. So it's not anticipating where the problems are going to come from. I'm not.
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know where the problem's going to happen.
How will you get, in your opinion, it's really important to draw out what his opinion is. It's like, in your opinion, how will we best get at discovering what the infrastructure issues are as a whole? Or would you rather piecemeal it and start with those things that are obviously cracking and breaking and falling apart? Or would you rather do an assessment bigger time?
I think piecemeal right now.
Okay.
And I definitely rely on our project manager, operations manager,
Okay.
and our general manager,
Okay.
to find out. And there's many times where I've gone to different areas in the district to see these major problems. Just last week, I was on Shoefly Road, where part of the road came down and went into our canal. And those guys spent all day cleaning out that ditch. And it wasn't the water district's fault that's
Okay.
happened. It was a owner across the street, but all of his silt went across the road into the ditch. I was there. I took pictures of it.
So you'd rather, how would you pick out those areas if you're going to do it piecemeal? How would you pick out the ones to be fixed that you're going to ask the general manager to put on his project list? How would you do that?
I rely on these two guys, the operations manager and the general manager.
What instructions is what I'm getting?
I don't go day to day with the office.
Okay.
Okay. They call me. I have ratepayers that call me and say, hey, we have a problem. Then I get a hold of these guys, the general manager, and say, hey, we got a problem over here. So I don't know until they tell me.
So what I'm getting at though is sometimes we can have the same idea on this end of the table as that end of the table, but we differ in methods. What about, how would you feel about doing an overall study rather than going after those and doing an overall, the whole district evaluation, which would cost a lot more money?
That's the problem.
Okay.
It would cost too much money.
Okay.
I think if we go from project to project, it's better than going out to the whole district and just flop down $5 million. We don't have it.
Okay. So when the general manager, I'm trying to take this down another road, Dave.
Or ditch.
A ditch. Yes, okay, I'll take it down the ditch then. The one that's not fixed. So if we go down that road or ditch, what if Steve and his team come back and say, here's our list, here are the pictures, and you go, that doesn't work. I have some different ditches I want in there.
That's not up to me.
Pardon me?
That's not up to me.
Yeah, but you're the one setting the goal. He's just trying
you're confusing policy with management here.
That's right. That's where I
I
was
think
going.
you are.
Yeah.
Well, that's what. Yeah, I know that's what he's
Right.
I know. That's where he's
Oh, okay.
going.
Yeah. No, it's up to them. They come to us. We don't.
You're clear. You're clear. I got it.
Okay.
Same question. Major thing for you this year, going forward.
I think I'm always struggling between what I would say short-term problems versus long-term problems. Finding that balance is very problematic. So to talk about long-term problems, you have infrastructure. So the infrastructure problems are long-term, they're expensive. To put that in context, previous 218 study came up with, we had $50 million worth of stuff out there that needs to be maintained, long-term infrastructure. The most recent 218 came up with $150 million worth of stuff. At the last board meeting, we directed the staff to come up with a third-party engineering study to do another assessment of how much stuff to accurately determine, is it 50, is it 75, is it 150 million? In my mind, we just did a 218 increase, which raises an additional $1 million a year.
Right.
So if it's 50 million,
right,
50 years from now, we're going to be done with the job because we'll have raised $1 million for the next 50 years. Mm-hmm. If it's 150 million, Steve can put on the calendar, we all meet back here in 150 years for the party that it's done.
Yeah.
So clearly, the idea of whether it's 50, 150, 10 million, who gives a flying hockey puck? Mm-hmm. We got $1 million a year to work on a gigantic problem.
Mm-hmm.
We put it in typical, in adage terms. How do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time.
Mm-hmm.
To Dave Two's point, the management has to pick out what they feel is the current pressing problem on this gargantuous, and they're going to have a meager $1 million and maybe 55 years towards knocking it down. So this puts in context for me. There's been a lot of grief about this. There's a lawsuit going on regarding this that's costing hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
Is it 50 or is it 150? And it was a big brouhaha. Let's have an audit. Let's have a forensic audit. If you had a forensic audit of $50 million, who gives a flying hockey puck? We only got $1 million to work on it this year. Steve will have no problem identifying some short-term important projects that need to be dealt with.
If that's the goal, short-term important projects that you agree on.
If he says this is the infrastructure items that are most present, we should work on in the next 12 months, and I have this $1 million to apply to it, that's his judgment, and I trust it implicitly.
Okay.
So that's the long-term problem as I see it.
That's the context.
And it's a huge problem. We're going one bite at a time. We're in good hands. Auditing it, forensic auditing it, putting a number on it is a big waste of time. We should be really trying to have Steve identify the things that could be done in the next 12 months and how he's going to apply the money to it, and come to us with a budget proposal that says, hey, you guys, this is my assessment of how I'm going to spend this $1 million on this big, giant problem. We all agree, and he goes off and takes care of that. So that's the long-term balance.
Okay.
The short-term balance, we got a lot of people in the community that can't afford the new rates. This is a real short-term problem. This month I can't, I'm going to buy my prescriptions, or I'm going to pay my water bill. That's a big problem short-term. They're both big problems that have to be dealt with. We spend an inordinate amount of time on the short-term problems. I think the general manager does, and we all do, because they're urgent. And I get that. You can't pay your bills this month. That feels powerfully urgent. It's also really important to take care of the long-term ones. Finding that balance is difficult. And doing it with a board and a staff and public input. I'm a small business kind of guy.
Right.
And I feel like I'm in quicksand every single day that I'm a part of GPUD. If I could pass one motion, I would make myself emperor for life with absolute power, and this shit would be solved in 5 minutes. Guess what?
Wait a minute.
It's not likely to happen.
I'll get
but
my
that's
couch
what I
out.
would
I'll
do.
get my couch out. Just a minute. Okay. All right. Here we go.
So that's how I'm trying to
Yeah.
do those balances. That's how
That's fair.
finding that balance, taking care of the long and the short term, and working within the context of a government agency. That's if we can figure that out at this meeting, God bless you, Dr. Bill.
Well, let me skip you, the president, and let me go down and start with you again. Go back this way. As you look at it with new eyes, what do you think is your number one? Now, I'm not gonna restrict you in your thinking, because you can go just like Dave won with, covering a lot of things, but I'm gonna ask you to come back down to one eventually. Please, Mike.
So basically, the big thing that I see kind of encompasses the same things Dave 1 and Dave 2 talked about, and that's you have to look at the short term and the future. And the main way that we can do this is through the budget. That's the board's actual vehicle where they control operations, maintenance, and repair for the year, projecting out to the future with your capital improvement plans. And we kind of skip through a lot of steps to get the budget done, where we kind of really need to do some fine tuning and ways we can kind of manage that balance that we're doing with the cost is redo our risk assessment to see where we can lower our how much we actually need in a reserve to help get the rates at a way where we can manage the affordability to the community. We also still have some inequity with the irrigation side, so if we can look at ways to improve that where they're paying for 12 months of a ditch versus the 5 months, so ways we can redo the tax plan, really fine tune our capital improvement plan so we know how many parts of the ditches we're doing each year, and that kind of encompasses how much we're gun-hiding, and also working with grant management to get as much lower the actual cost that we're putting in as a district and from our actual reserves and ratepayers where we can get federal, state, and local help. And that's the main thing. I know we really have to work on that budget and not rush through, but make sure we're really doing step-by-step risk assessment, budget analysis, working with the staff on what worked for them, what wish list items they need, and really looking at the overall picture so we can have the needs met for the year with continuing with how we want to go in the future and making sure those projects can be done.
So I get to ask some questions about that, understanding this. So what about the budget? You first probably have to have an assessment, or you probably have to have some knowledge about what projects you're going to put in the budget.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree with Dave 1 and 2? Somewhere you have to have a list.
Right. We have a capital improvement plan, and we should make sure we go over that at the beginning of the budget process to see which is still feasible, which can we do, is there any new pressing needs where we might have to switch something out. An adaptive budget plan where we're taking the staff's input of what worked for them during the year, what didn't work, what items were good, what items didn't work, what wish list items they still need.
Okay.
So things like that.
So once you've established that priority list, which we should do today, or should we make an attempt today, which I think we have on our agenda to do, then you go into a budget process. Tell me about your ideal of a budget process once you have that agreed on that list.
So we already have the year's previous budget, so we know, and we also have our expenditures, so we know exactly how much we need to start as a starting point of how much we need for maintenance, repairs, operation. Then from there, we look at our capital investment and reserves and see how much we can add on to our projects for the year, which we've balanced out. And then we can do a risk assessment to see exactly how much of a reserve we need. We gave the number they gave was 5.3 million. Is it that much? Can we go lower? And then we have to keep looking at things like every year we're probably going to get the big storm flux in the beginning, so we might have a bunch of stuff to do, but then we're going to have a long dry spell. So when we get to a point where we're worried about resiliency of our reservoir, how much will we have for everybody? And further down the road, as we're moving forward, we have to think about we're a one source water supply, and we're going to have a redundancy somewhere, and that's going to also take investment. So
Good, clear. That's pretty clear. Cindy, take a shot at it. Your biggest number one, although you have many.
I think for me, it starts with our fiduciary responsibility of the board to make sure that we have a sound budget. It's been wisely planned. It has the funds in it that we need to address the projects that need to be done. I think it needs to have the appropriate amount of reserve funds in there for work that needs to be done. And I think the planning of that budget needs to be done by the general manager and his staff with the support of the finance committee. I'd like to also see that we not only have a budget, but we have continuing to have the capital improvement plan, and that too is wisely planned by the general manager and his staff based on input from his staff as to what needs to be addressed immediately, what needs to be addressed short term, what needs to be addressed long term, and what could constitute an emergency address. Then those items he will put as projects in his capital improvement plan. Those projects going forward would be prioritized based on circumstances, emergency, obviously first, then short term, and then look at long term, but never keeping out of your sights all of them at the same time, because you always are going to need to make adjustments as you go forward through the year. Some projects can be done when the weather's good. Sometimes other projects can be done in other areas where the weather's bad. So there's always going to have to be some adaptive management going on with decisions by the general manager, with his operations manager and his staff, as to how that priority may change as time goes on. And he can ask the board for direction on how monies might need to be adjusted so that he can adjust projects around to get those projects done when the timing is right or when the weather is right. I'd also like to see that the general manager plan a little bit deeper into the capital improvement plan so that projects are using project management. We do have a scope, schedule, budget. We do have a timeline, and those projects then can be scheduled according to the restrictions that the general manager and his staff will have before them, whether that's budget or weather or equipment or parts. So I'd like to see that done. With that being done, the goal of the board is to, again, do the fiduciary responsibility of directing to make sure the budget and the monies are there for the jobs that need to be done. If we do that as a board, then that addresses infrastructure.
So you're emphasizing flexibility in your budget. That's an emphasis, but it sounds like you're similar to Michael in the sense that really a focus on managing that budget and having some emergency funds in case things happen. I don't think you're not saying have emergency funds, but she's emphasizing that aspect of it, and the flexibility. Do you have some goals in mind for having money set aside for flexibility?
Yes, as a matter of fact. The new cannabis initiatives that were passed, there could be some tax-based money that comes to our district for those activities. Okay. Those have been not determined, but there should be some capital there that comes to our district for those efforts. We can look into those types. We can look into grants can be looked into. There could be scholarships. There could be a number of different vehicles and tools that may be out there that could bring in some additional revenue.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Well, it sounds like we're on the same track so far. I got that one. Dane, you want to going forward?
Going forward.
Major thing you would like to see us go through and emphasize this year?
To me, it's the I guess more of the almost the trust of the general manager and of the staff that the information that they're giving to us is accurate. And to me, I think that we, especially lately, have started going backward, that nothing perpetuated by some folks in the community, that nothing coming out of the staff is accurate or honest. And to me, that was encompassed by some comments that have been made, and on a broader level, basically the rehashing of the rate study. Okay. Is that we're basically that the community was lied to, that Steve and other people basically inflated the assets artificially to pass on higher rates to everybody. That everything everyone else has talked about, I completely agree with as well, and that's totally moving forward. But you can't do that until you actually have an agreement that actually we do feel that we are getting good information, we are getting honest information, and that we trust the person who's giving us all that information. And if you don't, then everything else that we're talking about really doesn't, because that's basically you're just going to keep going around in circles. So this information's coming out from Steve. I don't trust it. Therefore, we need to evaluate it again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to spend this year basically focused on the rate study again. Right. Because we're going to hire somebody else and we're going to come back in and do this whole process all over again. And that's going to be the 12 months.
So with your experience in this business, which is pretty good, so how do we build trust going forward? As a board?
I mean,
that's a fair question, right?
It is. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's the individual board members. I mean, maybe even having more of a experiences with Steve or sitting down with him more often, because I mean I didn't know Steve when he came in here 2 years ago now from Adam either. And so I sat, you know, it was basically over time. Like you start realizing that, oh, this is someone who knows what they're talking about, has other experiences that I don't, and so I don't know how to totally answer that. I mean, it takes time. I get that, particularly if you haven't been interacting with someone for a while, but it's maybe taking a more of a proactive approach on individuals' parts to say, okay, well, look, I don't get this. Walk me through this.
Well, I got your point. It's like we have to develop trust for all this to work. Well, I have a couple suggestions for the board to consider, since I thought trust might be an issue, but I haven't had a chance to talk with any board member since we individually met. So one of the things I've noticed structurally about this board that is different from some of the others is I'm wondering why the board doesn't have committees of the board. And one of the things that I was wanting to throw out there as a recommendation for you to consider, because this is going to pull you together, by the way, it's like forced working together, which gets you knowing each other and going over things. For example, I'm recommending you that you ought to have at least 4 committees. I'm just recommending that. So let me tell you what the 4 are based on what I know of this group. The first committee is an HR committee, which is a people committee, HR / public relations is the people side of it. Now, this committee is charged the same way as the whole board is. It does mean more work for you. It does mean you meet formally as a HR / PR committee, but you're responsible as a committee of the board, not to make decisions for the board, but to study issues so that when they come to the board, you have at least 2 members of the board who are really able to explain to the rest of the board what's going on. The other is, and by the way, this also does not preclude that you have the public involved with you as a committee, because it's a formal meeting. It's a published agenda. You follow the Brown Act, all of those things. But you have to tell the public what you're talking about at a particular meeting. Maybe you meet monthly, and if the problems are really big to start with, such as if there's a real priority of getting public relations up and running, then you might meet 2 or 3 times as a committee to get it going and then monitor it as you go along. The second committee might be a finance committee. The finance committee, I'll just make this very clear comment to you. You cannot delegate your responsibility as a board for the finances of the district. You can't delegate them to volunteers. You cannot. That's not in the game. So the finance committee would then have regular meetings. There'd be 2 people on that, obviously, and the finance committee would then entertain people from the public who would want to sit in, add expertise, but the 2 members of the board and the finance committee would take their ideas gathered from this endeavor and bring it back to the board, not to vote for the board, but to say, we've really studied this and we have a recommendation for you. And building trust would mean trust the committee to have done their homework. Just trust the committee. Another one is when we take a look at the facilities. Facilities in this organization would have a defined role and responsibility. And hopefully all these committees for facilities would look at what do we need facilities-wise, and we're going to get to know that facilities area really well. The other committee may be operations and engineering, and we'll be tasked with that responsibility. By the way, we'd write up these job descriptions because they're readily available for other districts. This is a very common practice. In fact, you're the unusual practice of not having committees, by the way. So that way we're really pinpointing the responsibility to that committee to bring a studied look back to the whole board as a whole, so that you don't have to have that expertise developed by everybody, but you share that information back. Because frankly, each of you have different expertises sitting on this board, so let's use them. So one of the ideas is it does mean more work. It means digging into it in a healthy way. It does not exclude any of the public. In fact, it offers opportunity to come and be at a meeting that is published. You meet as often as required. Each committee has a chair. And by the way, it's common practice that members of the board would say, or members of the board would say, I'm interested in, if I have to be on one or two committees, maybe one person simply hasn't got the time. He says, I can do one. I cannot do two. So you volunteer and saying, I'm interested in these committees, and then the president says, all right, based on your recommendations, he selects and moves them out, and get your okay with that. And by the way, it's not a violation of the Brown Act, because he's asking, please submit your request. It's not a conversation. It's legal, and then you select and get your committee up and functioning. The advantage of it is that committees, one of these committees will cover everything this district is supposed to be doing. And you'll have people paying attention to it, not the board as a whole necessarily, until you're ready to move on and make responsibilities go forward. Zane, you're used to this, and shoot me. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize. You're used to this because you're going around districts and you're seeing this. I know it's more work. I understand there's the downside, but what's your thing about a committee structure for this group?
I think it'd be fine. Again, to me, it's the having buy-in from all of us that if you're, it's buy-in for the committee's work, and that goes for me too. I'm certainly hesitant to, well, no, I know how to do all this.
Right.
I definitely have that problem because I've worked with a lot of special districts, and I've worked in a special district.
Right.
And I think I've got the good, my way, to use Dave's term, I could be emperor too and fix all this in 5 minutes, right?
You'll have to be emperor too.
Yeah, right, of course. Yeah, sure.
As long as I'm number one.
So that's
all right.
And I think again, it's everybody. Then everyone has to buy into it, and not that, oh well, you're on this committee. I don't like the fact that you're on that committee. I know more than you, so I'll just go around you on that committee. Like no, so that to me is the biggest challenge.
You mean we would have to respect each other's role?
Exactly.
Okay. But respecting each other's role doesn't mean we have our own opinions that are different. You can still have your own opinion.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Yes, Dave.
I think
two.
One of the problems is committees. Okay, I think committees are great. I have gone to some of these ratepayers that always are negative, and come to them and says, "Come on, be part of the committee." Oh no, we don't want nothing to do with it, and that's a major problem. There's a lot of people in our district that work and have children, and they can't be on the committee. But a handful of these people that show up to these meetings all the time, so negative,
right? And
you ask them to be on the committee, and they say, "No."
Dave, but I'm talking about committee is only a committee of the board, not the public. The public can come and watch and be a participant if they want to, but
okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. So I'm saying you are the committees, the 5 of you, elected officials only, but you're leading the committee, and then you're inviting other people that are interested to come in with a published agenda, including the budget, including finance. including grants, including public relations? Dave one.
I don't think this is a good idea at all.
Okay.
Um, Earlier on here, you talked about the importance of separating policy from management.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that forming committees of us 5 people
Yep.
to get down in the weeds for public relations, finance, facilities, and engineering
Okay.
is crossing the line between policy and management. I think that the staff is obviously performing all 4 of these functions at this point in time and reporting back to us. And to have the staff doing operations and engineering and having 2 of these board members having a committee doing operations and engineering, there's a redundancy, there's almost a conflict there. I think the basic roles and responsibility is operations and engineering should report to all 5 of us. And there's no real advantage for any 2 of us to get down into the weeds of doing the management and a deep dive into any one of those 4 areas. We all have a sense that we could do all 4 of these things if we were emperors. But the fact of the matter is we have a competent staff that's doing it right now. Mm-hmm. And if they're not doing a good job in reporting to us, we should say, hey, you guys are doing a poor job and you're not reporting properly and you need to straighten up doing that through the GM.
Right.
But as far as us forming a committee and getting in there and I think it crosses a line between policy and management, and I think it's a bad idea.
Okay.
Myself.
All right.
I'm very partial to my own opinions, mind you, but that's my thought.
It's good. Cindy, you want to take a shot at it?
Yes, thank you. First of all, first question for you though is what's number 4? You said 4 and you said HR.
Operations and engineering.
And you said finance committee and facilities, including O&M. Did I get those 2 confused? Or what's number 4?
Excuse me. Operations and engineering.
Okay.
That's the facility center.
Facilities.
HR, finance, facilities, and ops.
Okay,
/
so I had those. I had
what I
those.
got.
Thank you. I had those 2 as you saying it together. I'm all about committees. I think committees are a very good use of time if they are set up to work efficiently and effectively with clear directions and expectations and timelines. I think committees can be win-win situations because it allows the opportunity of committee members to learn from each other, those subject matter experts, share their wisdom and their knowledge and their experience and their skills with others who don't have it. So there's a learning opportunity. We can assist, committees can assist general manager and his staff by helping him achieve some of his goals. If we can help him by delivering a piece for him that puts that piece in that particular project that he needed support on, it just advances his project. Mm-hmm. I think it also develops trust and provides opportunities for collaboration, which again will just build trust. So I think committees are a win-win and can be a win-win if they have clear directions and expectations.
Okay. Michael?
I think committees are a huge thing that we should actually think of implementing. I mean, one of the problems we have now is the timeline with our board meetings. We have so much time at a board meeting where we have a lot of these issues that we'd like to do, but having even one of these issues would take an entire board meeting and we can't give it the proper time.
Right.
The big thing that we have, especially with community outreach and public relations, this is going on. We can see it in every meeting. There's a big frustration. People are out there, they're asking questions. If we have a committee dedicated to this, and now we have something that we're working on outside of our regular meeting place where we can get a lot more done focused on this one issue to help exactly what are we going to do with this public relations money that we already have set aside in the budget and we're going to do something with. We don't have the time to spend the whole meeting on putting input in this, so I think that's a huge thing, and the community outreach, having the public there and being able to put in input is a big factor.
Mhm.
So it may not be specifically everyone, like we may not go with every, like operations and engineering. I think people may focus on what they feel is a need that they can work on, but I think it's a big plus that we should consider.
So, if I heard you right, it may be that some committees don't meet as often, or they don't exist.
Yep, it could be focused where we're doing something specific, and then after
Okay.
that's done, you dissolve the committee,
Okay.
move on to something else.
So
but-
don't waste your time on things that you don't have to do right now.
Exactly.
Which one of, so let me follow up and ask you, if you were not to have one of those four, and I just made them up based on my weak knowledge of your structure, which one would you not have? Right now, it seems like you have so many needs. Which one would you not do?
We could probably, I'd say, if we would combine facilities, operations, and engineering, because those kind of
Okay.
encompass the same amount of things. So instead of having two
Okay.
separate, combine those. Although facilities will also take into effect the office staff, which is also different from the engineering, but
Right.
together it puts everything.
But administration.
Mhm.
Okay. Dane, what's your reaction
Sorry, to what?
to opinions here
Oh.
and structures?
Uh,
And I look to you because you do this as a business.
yeah, no, I mean.
Just like I do.
Right, I think it's, I've definitely seen more committees I think that you're talking about. I think that um, combining, I don't know if you need 4 or 5 of them, as Mike had talked about, is probably valid too. I certainly worry about time, commitments and
Yeah.
whatnot as well,
Right.
for myself, because
Yeah.
of my job. I also, as a former staff person too, I wonder from the staff about, staffing committees takes time.
Yes, it does.
And so, I don't, spending the afternoon doing a committee meeting kind of takes them away from the things that they have to do, and at least from my opinion, we aren't, people aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They've got stuff to do in the office or out in the field as well, and coming for a committee meeting may not be the best use of their time with everything that we have going on.
Mm-hmm.
So, but that's, again, that's a Steve and staff question as to if they can manage it or not, if it makes sense.
Well, let's just, while they include them in the conversation, Steve. You and I haven't had discussions about this one,
Nope.
but that's facilitator obligation. Bring up issues.
Absolutely. So, do you have a specific question? Or
Yeah.
You just want me to give this, go ahead.
Responding to committee structure as something we don't do as a way of building trust and of being helpful to management at this point.
Can I make a point of clarification here,
Go
just
ahead.
because I'm confused?
Yes.
At one point, you'd said this would be a committee of 2
Yes.
people.
Yes.
And then I think I'm hearing where it'd be a committee of 2 with management and the staff participating. Could you kind of define what this committee is? Because I'm a little confused.
Sure.
Whether it's 2
Sure.
people getting together, making a plan,
Right.
or whether it's the public, the staff, the
Right.
management, and 2.
That's a great question.
I don't know what this committee, define what it is that you're
Sure.
asking him to respond to, because I don't know what it is right now.
A committee of the board is simply 2 members authorized to represent getting together and having an agenda, just like a regular board meeting. And the 2 will be discussing areas in a specific, like if it's operations and engineering, they'd be discussing those topics and familiarizing themselves and giving general manager more direction. Staff is involved in that. Staff has to support presenting the agenda, getting it ready for issues going forward. It is a staff-driven kind of thing for the board, and it does take time, as Dane was talking about. It does take time. It is designed to help the board member thoroughly understand the running of those projects inside of it, whether it be HR, public relations, etc., and maybe even grants are included. But it would include the topics that are germane to that particular area. And it does take some participation of staff to get it ready.
Does management and public participate in this?
They could, yes. Yeah, they can't. And it's designed to have, that's why it's under the Brown Act, for example, people that are interested in infrastructure and the validity of whether you're looking at the right things, they could be there and ask questions, yes.
I mean, there's no violation of the Brown Act. If Cindy and I go to Subway and talk about HR issues.
That's right.
But if we have
But nobody else has the
But
ability.
if we have a noticed meeting
Yeah.
that has Cindy and I and the staff and the public and the management there,
Right.
those are very different things.
Mhm. Yes, they are.
And I guess I've got no interest in the latter.
Mhm.
None.
Well,
In fact, I would strongly recommend you don't do that.
okay.
In the first instance, getting together for us to communicate how we think things ought to go with HR issues, or if we talk about budget issues or finance issues, any two of us can get together at any moment in time and do that. No Brown Act required, no staff, no public, no management.
Mhm.
We're functioning as a board. I think that's a great idea. The other model, I think it's a nightmare. Count me out.
It is, by the way, just to go along with your thinking, it is more work, it is more confusing at times because the structure of the committee has to be very clear, the assignments of the committee has to be really clear. You're all correct on that. And it is more time consuming and it takes away from staff.
So which of these two models are you talking about to ask him to make a comment on?
I'm talking about the committee structure of two people, having the Brown Act as a formal committee that Dane and I are used to seeing almost in every
So
special
with
district.
staff and public and management involved.
That's right. And that's what, by the way, that's what is the format for almost every special district and almost every water
Okay, I
district in
understand.
California.
I mean,
Yeah.
You answered my question.
Yeah.
If
I
I
give you
can-
my 2 cents.
If I can
Please.
chime in, for example, like that
Hang on, I'm coming back.
So I have no problem, this is the board's meeting, so.
for the adaptive budget, that there is no way in the world we're gonna be able to do it. It's probably gonna be me as treasurer meeting with Steve and seeing if we could find ways where, all right, here are questions we can give to the staff to those kinds of things. What worked in the budget for them? What would they like to see? That's gonna be a time commitment one-on-one, and then we'll bring this back as this is what we found to the board, as opposed to having an open meeting where everybody has it and this is what the purpose of this committee is to find out what the needs of the staff are for the budget, what worked, what didn't work, and you have that formal meeting place, and that's open, and that kills a whole bunch of time instead of us having to do it at a board meeting, because right now we don't have the time in a meeting.
So if I hooked on to your idea, it is more thorough. It's a way of vetting it more thoroughly, getting a better product. It can let the public have input. You certainly are getting more input from Steve and or his staff, because Steve may not be at every one of those meetings. He may designate one of his people to be at those meetings, so forth. So it's a thorough vetting and giving the public an opportunity to. Plus, it gives the expertise to that board member in developing the ideas. That's what I read into.
Can we build on that?
Sure.
It also provides opportunities for collaboration, better communication, trust building opportunities, learning opportunities. It also provides an opportunity for accountability and transparency if the public are invited to attend and ask their questions, provide their input for consideration by the committee. So again, it sets up a win-win. It gets more done for the general manager because now he's got these additional pieces that are somewhat doing some of his work and effort that he doesn't have time to do, or his staff doesn't have time to do, or may not have the experience or depth of knowledge to understand how to do.
So if I plus that, it also gives the general manager an opportunity to figure out more fully his thoughts and express them, to where there's a really a valid communication going on.
Or explain them so that there is trust and people do thoroughly understand. And if they don't understand, they have an opportunity to ask their questions to the point where they can understand why he has chosen to do a particular project a different way at a particular time with a certain set of resources.
And a committee structure is already a standard for the industry that you're in.
Correct. I think what we have a problem with currently is a culture within a 50-year-old district where we have some members who have trouble judging and gauging the fine line between oversight by the board and micromanagement.
Correct.
I guess what I'm hearing, based on what we're describing, what that structure looks like, and the comments is
Board committee structure.
I would suggest that you're really just having a board meeting with one topic. And if we decided to, instead of we have our general board meeting and we're all struggling with, that's mismanaged terribly and goes on for hours and hours and accomplishes very little. And we're trying how to be more effective there, maybe even help us with that. Everybody hates it, but hasn't figured out how to solve it yet, and me included.
Yeah.
But if where I kind of see this thing going, if we decided that instead of having one meeting a month, we're going to have 2 meetings a month, and that second meeting a month would have one agenda item, finance, or one agenda item, HR and public relations.
Right.
And there's no reason why 5 or 3 or 2 of us could attend that meeting, but it would be management, public, staff, just like our standard meeting. It would just be narrowly focused with one topic. And you could, instead of having it from 2 to 5, if you want to do a deep dive, you can do it from 9 to 5 and a one topic, and you can go as deep as you care to. I think that the existing board structure and meeting structure would support that. No subcommittees required. And then you don't have to pick out 2.
Mm-hmm.
You got 5 people, and 2, 3, 4, 5, whoever could come and do that deep dive.
So expanding on that notion, you could just increase the number and have what's called even a study session on 2 topics, which, by the way, works really well too. And instead of just 1, you could say 2. Let's have a study session on da-da. Let's do the budget study session, or let's do an HR study session without the committee structure. You absolutely could do that.
You just have a second board meeting with a narrowed focus, and if it happened to be on finance, obviously our treasurer would lead the charge.
Yep.
And if it happened to be on public relations and HR, some other interested party here could lead the charge, and it would just be an additional board meeting.
That's another option.
And you only need 3 people to get. Would they be able to pass motions and conduct business, or no?
No, not in a study session.
Okay.
In a regular board meeting, you can.
How about a committee? If we did committees as opposed to the study session?
Committees are with 2 people.
Correct. So would these be set up like an ad hoc committee so that they would have more leeway to interact with the public, whereas the board meeting structure right now is our interaction is very limited during the public forum period, where we can only hear comments, we cannot address comments?
If the question is, if you have the committee structure, it's much more flexible than if you have a larger board meeting. Mm-hmm. Because first of all, there's only two there, and secondly, they can have more interaction with the community if there's community people, and they can have more informal engagement with staff. Mm-hmm. So those things are all true. If you have the 5 people, the chances of you having the kind of interaction, unless you have a much longer time, are much less, practically speaking.
Correct.
Dave, your thought on this whole discussion of committee structure, how do we get deeper into projects, increase trust?
I'm not a big committee guy on this topic that you're talking about.
Okay.
I agree with Dave. one of the other things is time. I mean, I'm a busy guy. I got a lot of stuff going on. And to take, you know, another 3 hours for another water board meeting with two directors and the public, it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I guarantee, I don't say guarantee, and I bet the same people, the same public will come to all those meetings. The same people.
Mm-hmm.
A handful of people.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know about that part because I don't know your constituency very well, but I think there's a difference between interest in finance and PR and operations. I think there are a variety mentioned. So whatever their interest is that brought them there in the first place will probably continue to be there. If they're just interested in how the place is operating and they have the time, they'll probably be at all the meetings. I suspect. So,
Well, Dr. Mathis, can I ask you something?
Please.
If this is one of your suggestions based on your interviews from each of the board members, what keeps us from putting it through a trial period with some metrics on it so that we give it a try and see if it works? If it doesn't work, we dissolve it and come back and rediscuss and revise and move forward.
Well, Dave One has just offered an alternative to the committee structure, which is a meeting of the whole board and call it a study session, where you have study sessions are usually limited to a couple topics, and you have them and you have try to get an outline on it, but it is just what it says, a study session. So that's an option too. And so when I give you recommendations to do exactly what Dave One was talking about, is create options for you to increase trust, delve into the projects more. It does mean more work for staff, but it also means honing through and consolidating some of the meetings and the lengthy meetings you're having now. It offers that opportunity.
Correct. And what I think I would then further ask you then is to suggest putting both suggestions forward. Try one and the other. Try a committee.
Well, we have three. We have three before us right now.
Correct. So try a committee with two.
Right.
And try that and see how that works. And then try a second board meeting with all five of us involved and see which one works better.
Comment from the GM.
I was wondering if you were going to come back to me or not.
You were just so
It's
eager.
fine if you
You were
don't.
just so eager.
You're out, Steve.
I didn't say anything today, actually. So I've heard a lot of, I think, good ideas that's caused me to think some. But just getting back, I mean, I think for the clarification for everybody here, probably including myself, is that I think these committees would function much like the finance committee does now, but instead of having volunteers be board members. So staff would put together a presentation or packet or whatever information, present it to the committee, and ask for some policy direction, and then still be advisory to the board, because you can't take action on behalf of the full board, but you would, and so the benefits of that, I think you've all said, is that you get, and from my perspective as staff, these are the best benefits. Is one, I get a chance to educate board members a lot more on what's going on, and they can get the deep level information they want. And then two, it does provide for an opportunity to build more trust with the public. And so those are, from staff perspective, those are great benefits. The drawback is, and I heard it here too, is resources. I mean, it just takes time. It takes time away from staff. It's another step in the process. It requires, it makes not only staff time, but then makes things take longer in terms of developing the board's goals and achieving those goals. It does add a little extra step to them. I'm not saying those are deal killers, but that's the reality of it. It does take more time. I don't know what else you want me to speak on it. My thoughts on the study sessions, and you can certainly have another workshop and do a study session once a month or whatever on specific topics. And it's something we're going to face anyway with the budget, because I haven't talked about this yet, but the plan for getting information out to board members and the public on the budget process, and it probably will require another board meeting, or at least one meeting that's really dedicated to budget. And the plan was to have the finance committee do that. We come back to the finance committee in March with the real deep dive into the budget and expenditures the prior 2 years and what we plan for next year, and that's the idea. If that was a board committee instead of a volunteer committee, to me that's the staff. I like the idea better, because then board members that are going to be voting on it get more information ahead of time. So that's, I think that's all the thoughts I had on. I guess if you wanted to do a trial run of something, I mean that's the easiest one. We already have the finance committee, so it won't require really not any additional staff effort because it's already there, we're already supporting it. If you just transition that to a board committee, that'd be no problem. If you start adding other committees, then I frankly won't be able to do the things that I have to do. I have to shift some things around.
Right.
I wouldn't have to delay some things. That's it.
I think that's a good synopsis. The option then is even another option, which is let's just do an experiment with the finance committee with 2 appointed board members leading the discussions.
Right.
And preparing a separate agenda, which you already do anyway.
Yeah.
And actually then cuts down the amount of work for the total board. Or you could have a study session of the 5.
Okay. Other way.
What appeals to you?
I think one of the other benefits of having that board committee is it also builds a relationship between, you have 2 different board members that normally don't meet. So
Right.
it could be me and Dave or me and Dave or,
Right.
So now we're actually getting able to meet and talk and discuss stuff where we don't normally have that opportunity, because right now we're pretty much working in a silo.
Yep.
We're kind of separating. We try to put stuff out and give it to the general manager to kind of share of things that we want to bring up, and we're kind of pretty much isolated, and we come together once a month and try to get all of our opinions out and stuff in one meeting, and it's kind of difficult, and we're pretty much have certain stuff that we have to do, so our big items we're really not able to focus on and get done. So I think it gives a way to get all that extra stuff out and shows 2 different members and has the opportunity for the public to kind of react and deal with them, and it increases that whole transparency and community outreach dynamic that the board study session may be needed for some stuff, but it doesn't give that same dynamic.
Cindy?
I would say exactly the same thing. The only addition I would make is, again, it provides a more opportunity for public input, for accountability and transparency as well, which is very important to the public right now.
Okay. Dane?
I'm actually not, as we're talking about this more, I'm not liking the committees things as much. And I guess just by having more meetings doesn't make you more transparent. Just by the number of meetings. And that gets back to my original point that we've had meetings on, I know we're trying to focus on the future, but I'm just using an example where we've had meetings ad nauseum on things and and discussions that you think that people understand. And they'll even look at you and me go, yep, I get it. And then they walk out and they sit and it's totally something that's different. So another meeting to do that same process again isn't going to, that doesn't make you more transparent or solve the issue. It just means you have another meeting. So I think, maybe a way to start would be to do the finance committee. We could start with that since we already have that infrastructure in place. I know one of the things that was kind of coming to my mind, and I know this would be a Steve kind of a management thing, is cities I've worked for, like the city manager met with each board member basically every week. They had like a one-on-one with each board member and would go over, items and discussions. Talk to me, what your issues, here's what we're working on, et cetera.
That's right.
And I thought it worked, it seemed to have worked pretty well. There were, it was a regular thing, it was scheduled, and there was kind of constant contact. So maybe that's a potential model to go through. I guess to me, I don't, and even the times I've been on board with Steve since he got on here, I've never had I'm able to get the information or the questions answered that I need. I call him up and it gets figured out, or I either find out where he's coming from or what the issues are, and then it works. So to me, it's a little bit, it almost kind of starts to feel like we're now having meetings just for the sake of having meetings. And again, just because you have 20 meetings in a month doesn't make you transparent.
Correct.
You can have one meeting, you can have 2 meetings, one meeting a month.
Right.
And you can be transparent. It gets back to that whole thing I was talking about, like, you know, if you actually have to, at some point you have to trust the information that you're being given.
Right. Right. Dave, please weigh in.
I think the whole thing is going the wrong direction for me, as I mentioned. I think this is all a bad idea.
Yeah.
So I'll just reaffirm some of the reasons why I think it's a bad idea.
Okay.
One of the strong points is public outreach. Well, I've been here for 24 meetings now, 2 years. In that 24 meetings, I've gotten to be best friends with the same 25 people every single meeting.
Okay.
I spend more time with those 25 people than I do with my kids.
Yeah.
It turns out we have 4,000 meters that support probably 10,000 people. Those 10,000 people are the public. We have never spent a penny or an ounce of energy reaching out to any of those 10,000 people. If we end up having 50 meetings with the same 25 my new best friends, that in no way enhances public outreach at all.
It's convincing.
Not at all. In fact, I know them by heart, and I understand and empathize with their problems completely. Mm-hmm. I don't ever need to meet with them again for the rest of my life. Mm-hmm. I get it. I would like to reduce the rates. They're having a hard time. The other 10,000 people, this structure does zero for them. Mm-hmm. In the 24 months that I've been around, we've never talked to one of those 10,000 people. I was a big advocate in the last year at this meeting to put that $40,000 in the budget and to hire a PR firm and to create a five-fold thing that's mailed out to the 10,000 people. Right. And we have failed miserably. Mm-hmm. Not one of those 10,000 people have ever been contacted, communicated with. We have a website that's a prank. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. Mm-hmm. So more of this doesn't even begin to address public outreach and contacting them. So stop doing, when you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you do is stop digging. More of meetings with my 25 best friends is not going to help at all.
I think you bring on a good point that it may help some board members get on board faster with each other, but it doesn't solve one of the bigger problems that we're trying to do, and that is...
Mike and Cindy had us get together before they came on the board. We talked for a couple hours. We made more progress at Subway in 2 hours than we can make in 20 meetings where we can't talk to each other and it's the same repeat. So again, I think this plan is not a good one. At least not for reaching out to the 10,000 people to be more open to the public, reaching out to them. Mm-hmm. So I just think this is has good intentions. Yep. But I don't think it's going to accomplish the mission at all.
Okay.
That's only one part of it. The community outreach is
another part.
Is a benefit that you get from having it, but the biggest thing is we have this 40,000.
Yes.
How do we do the community outreach? We don't have any input in on it now. So now we have a committee that says, all right, we have the back of the bill. Let's find a way we can get a mailer in there. How can we get this printed out beforehand, and then the bills could be printed on so we keep privacy.
But before we get on to that one, I think clearly today, one of our goals, accomplishments we want to have is to address Dave 1's problem and the one you're addressing right now, separate from the meeting schedule. It's a kind of separate. It may go together well.
Well, having that committee that does community outreaches, those two members can now put on specific things on this is what a community outreach looks like and ways we can do that 40,000 where there's actually a brainstorm meeting on that, as opposed to right now we have nothing and no input at all on it. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the things where we focus on an issue and try to get recommendations in and get it done, as opposed to trying to stick it in with a regular meeting where we don't have the time. Because that's where we find ourselves now, is we're trying to stick things in to get the big picture of item stuff
Too
in
many
there.
items. There's way too many items. You're right. Part of it is let's get something done first and get it out of the way. And I think
Yep.
even Dave One would agree with that one. Let's get some of these items out of the way. And he's pointing out that the public relations is something we failed at.
And the other difference is the main reason we see the same 24 people is because the meeting's at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday. So this different committee meeting could be on a Saturday or could be in the evening. So I mean, we set it at a different time where we actually put out beforehand, this is a meeting, who would be interested? What time would you like to have it? And we set it at a time where we could get those interested parties in attendance. So we kind of cater it to also our own schedule. So we have figured in with our own time schedule. So that's the best way to do it.
So I'm assuming that all the board members do agree that we are going to tackle the public relation issue today. Dave, 1, 2?
It was my number one issue last year at
Okay.
this meeting, and I'm all for it. I don't have the solution, but I know we need to do
Okay.
something better than what we've done in the last 12 months.
I think we're taking the number 10,000 people. Is that what you're saying, 10,000?
Well, I said 4,000 meters, 2.5 people in each meter. It sounds like 10,000 to me. It's probably more.
9,696.
There you have it.
That's pretty close.
But you also have to put in the taxpayers because they're part of the district too. So that comes
Yeah,
up
so you
to
add
around.
them, it's a
So there's
huge-
around
it's a-
15,000 people.
Right,
Yep.
so there's
Mhm.
15,000 people.
Okay.
We're putting money into our budget.
Yes.
Right.
I think, let's say 15,000. They don't care. They want us to do a good job. We are doing a good job, and they have other things to do. If they want to have better communication, get on the website, read the newspaper. But most ratepayers don't care. They have other things to do. It's our responsibility.
Yes.
And it's the same 25 people, okay, that cause a lot of hate and discontent. And anything we say, anything we do, they won't trust us. But those other 10,000 do, because they expect us to be transparent, and we are.
So, Mr. President, I have a suggestion, and that would be is that we hold this issue in abeyance for a moment and go to the bigger issue of public relations and what we're going to do for them, and then come back to this. So let's take a break, 5 minutes, and stretch out a little bit, bathroom. Back to the topic we have on hold for a second, the committee structure, the ideas. We even have the idea of having a second board meeting. We have committee structure idea. We have meeting with the general manager a couple times a month as an idea. We'll come back to that and not let that go. But public relations, the whole communication with the public. So, staying positive, Mr. GM. Now you've been thinking about this for a while. Could you tell me what happened from last year to now and where we are now, and introduce your guests?
Yes, absolutely. So, since the issue came last year, we did, as time allowed, prepared our RFP, request for proposals for consultants to provide these services to us, to look outreach services. We had a scope of work and everything. We circulated that. We got a bunch of proposals. Staff and internally reviewed those proposals, and then we did a couple interviews with I think we did 2 interviews with the top 2 ranked firms, and we did select someone that we thought would represent us well and fit our needs and kind of understood the district the best, and that is On the Mark Strategies. And so I do have Mark here from the firm that can talk about their proposal. So we have a selected consultant that we're ready to bring to the board as a recommendation for an agreement, and they are here, able to talk about the proposal and
Ideas.
kind of brainstorm ideas.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch.
Mhm. Great. Would you want to stand up and
Sure.
talk with us, or
Yeah,
are you more
absolutely.
comfortable sitting down? That's
Well,
good.
I might sit down, but as
All
long
right.
as everybody can hear me.
Yeah.
Can you
Good.
hear me if I stand back?
Okay. Good.
Mark, can I ask you a favor?
Yeah.
I believe the edge of the video goes to Steve, so if you could step behind Steve or in front of the camera for those that aren't able to come today.
Right to the
Thank
edge
you.
of the table where it works.
All right, that's fine.
Well, Steve, we don't want you out of the picture.
That was video.
Come back at noon.
I don't want my head in his lap.
Come back at noon.
Well, thank you for having me. My name is Mark DeCio, and last year I started a firm called On the Mark Strategies. And for about 30 years I've been a communications professional, working with communications firms, public relations firms in Los Angeles, Oakland. I live in Sacramento. I've lived there for about 20 years. I have with me my friend Bill Ritter. Bill is my assistant project manager. He and I have been friends for over 25 years. He would help me on this effort when needed. And it's true, about last fall, we saw a proposal by the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District asking for public relations services. And I did a lot of research on the district. I saw a lot of background. This is not a new concept for the district, having someone come in and do public relations, but it's been a very controversial and divisive issue. And so I'm glad to be here today. I'm glad to meet with the board members. I'm truly impressed by not only the board members, but by the people who are here, because this is democracy at work. It's the way democracy works. First of all, I'd like to say that the word public relations has kind of a stigma to it. We like to use communications, community relations, but at the end of the day, it's all the same. What you're doing right now, whether you know it or not, is communications. And as I heard, I have to tell you, you're doing a bad job at it. I just have to be honest. You're doing it. You are doing it. You have a passive website. You're not reaching your 10,000 people or whatever the number is. And in this day and age, especially when you're responsible to taxpayers, you have a responsibility to do some form of communications. And I think what I see is a desire by the board here to do a better job. A better job. You're all in agreement to that. What it is that you want to do you want to do a website that pushes out notifications, emails, texts to all of your users? Maybe yes. Some of you may want to do that. Some of you may say, no, that's too much. We don't want all 10. That's our job to get the word out. We want to have instead a video that's on the website or that we send out by text to people and let them pick or choose if they want to watch the video. That's for the board and for us to figure out. But the degree to which we do communications, I think everybody agrees that it has to be done. And so that's why I'm here today. I made some notes, and I'd like to go through it. First of all, I want to go back to what you were saying earlier. I call it reverse 911. Every Sunday night, I get a phone call and a text from my son's high school. And it tells me exactly what's going to happen that week at his high school. I don't think that you need to do that every week with the utility district. But you need to have some sort of mechanism in place that if there is an emergency or something that's of a high priority to the district, you need to be able to talk to your customers, and you're not doing that right now. And I'd like to see that in place. It's important. You're expected by your constituency to give updates that clearly state your expectations and what it is that you're going to do for them. It could be public briefings. It could be, like I said, videotaped messages. It could be phone calls, but it has to be done. For example, I have a client right now where I live stream weekly the message for that client, what it is that they want to get out. And I don't propose that here. There may be better ways to do it. I think what would be great here is going to all of your local events and having a table at the events with nothing flashy, no spin, just information that people can take. what the district needs to do, in my opinion, is push out good information, as you were saying earlier. Good, accurate information needs to go out. No high gloss pamphlets, brochures. Don't be slick, but talk to the people where they are and where they want to be talked to. I think that's very important. After a major incident, if you have a pipeline break or if you have something that's happened, you are expected by your clients to give an update of what's happened and what you're doing about it and the timelines for which it's being done. And that needs to be in place. And I'm not saying that you don't have those protocols in place now, but they're not being effectively communicated to people. It's just basically an education campaign. It's not a spin campaign. Most customers, I came from Caltrans, I worked for Caltrans for 7 years, and most people love the folks that are shoveling the snow, who are working on the side of the road, who are breaking their backs to do good, hard work for people. And they'll have empathy. You'll watch people, they'll sit in their car for an hour with that flagger because they know they're working for them. But where things break down is if they don't know why they're sitting in that traffic. Why am I here? You got to get the word out, and this is what we did at Caltrans. You got to get the word out. Hey, guess what? This weekend, you may be going up to Reno, but you're going to be sitting for 20 minutes. We're really sorry about it, but here's why. And that's what people are okay if you give them that information. And I believe that all the users here are okay with it as long as you give them the information. And that's what we want to help you to do. We're not out to spin anything. We're not out to try to tell you what your messages should be, why people should pay for a tax hike or this or that. We want to help you get the upgrades that are happening, the repairs that are happening, the needs of you, the board members, out to the community. And then I just want to say one last thing. I really like Warren Buffett. I like the things he has to say. And he said something once that I really liked. He said that trust is like the air we breathe. When it's present, nobody really notices that. But when it's absent, everybody notices it. And I think people are wanting that right now. So that's kind of just my high-level overview.
Well, let me ask the board to direct some questions there. Maybe I can start at the question is there room in your program for really active, good volunteers to participate with you in your program?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, in fact, our proposal that we put in place, it throws out a lot of ideas.
Yes.
A lot of things that you kind of poopery pick and choose from. But one of them is that we suggested that people go to different events that are held in the community. And it's great if you have volunteers, staff members, whoever can give their time that are knowledgeable from the area to be there to answer questions and to interact with the community.
Okay. Board, let's open it up for you.
Bill, before you go on, I just wanted to give a little more background on the proposal that actually submitted.
All right.
Because we did write the RFP in the scope pretty. Oh, I forgot. I've been drunk. We did write the RFP pretty flexible and broad because we wanted the board to have input on what the scope actually would be. So the first task is to come and develop an outreach plan, and that plan will be subject to review and approved by the board. And then, and as Mark was saying, that plan included a bunch of different things, including social media, newsletters, press releases, media outreach, email campaign, bill inserts, a special web landing page. I think those are the big ones he talked about, and then some stakeholder partnerships. So there wasn't quite a menu of things. The proposal does outline kind of a general plan, but the first step of that is an outreach plan that would be subject to the board's input.
Great. So is the plan to distribute that to the board right away?
The first step is to come back to the board and with the contract.
Okay.
And that they would approve the contract with this firm. And then, the next thing is, okay, but here's a draft outreach plan.
I mean, the support would be the contract that allows them to comment on it before they sign it, before you sign it?
Yes.
Okay. So you have more input, and you get to read the proposal.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Good. Anybody start? Dane, any comments on this to start with?
It was.
He'll give it to you in a minute.
On the mark strategies.
On the mark strategies. Thank you.
I think it was a good start. I was also in favor of it last year too, that we need to do something.
Right.
And something costs money, and it's at least something that actually is valuable and is going to be professionally done, costs money. And so, yeah, I mean, it sounds good as a good start to see what comes out. And but I know that there's already talk that this is a waste, and so it's and I, hopefully people see it as valuable. I know I go out there. Well, I think all of us do in our areas. I mean, I'm active in the schools and stuff like that in the chamber, so I'm talking about district stuff with people that I know and my friends and their parents. And I know other people do the same thing too. So I agree that's part of the strategy as part of the board to do that outreach. What Mark's talking about, I think, is a great first step to see where we can go and make some improvements.
New board member first this side, and then we'll go to the elders.
Yep, I think they already do a good job at going to some of the local events. It's just not coordinated. So I mean, we will go to. I mean, we'll see them at the Georgetown Founders Day and other events and the Christmas parade and things like that. So GPUD is there, but just to make it a coordinated effort and let the public know we're going to be there is a big importance. The big thing with the community outreach will also be this town hall here. The information, how many people were able to see it, it was on the Facebook page and the website. It doesn't go out really to only so many people with the email, and maybe even something with the newsletter, so that'll get more people out. So it's a big thing and pretty important, and I think everybody in the community agrees that ability to have more information is important.
Excellent. Cindy, please.
I think that it is very important that the district have at its fingertips some communication tools, a variable amount of tools, depending on the situation, the information that needs to go out. For example, a newsletter or a bulletin on the backside of our bill could be one venue and used for a different purpose than an emergency notification. Very important to have both of those tools.
Good.
Very important to know how to use those tools and make sure they're tested and they work. But at the same time, I think there's a concern in the community and within the board members about cost and always watching the pennies that are so tight. So if we had an RFP, and that went to a contract, and that went to a plan, and that went to accountability with metrics in it, where there could be some, again, transparency and accountability, so that those community members that might be concerned about the cost, or in their viewpoint, an overcost, they could be satisfied to the point when they see the results of a communication plan, when they start receiving the bulletins, the newsletter, the email notifications, a text message. If we put ourselves out on Twitter, if we put ourselves out there on Facebook, and not just our Facebook page, but every Facebook page, where we reach different pockets of the community, if they see success in it, then they may be a little bit more comfortable as to why we spent the money to do these kinds of things, and I believe they're needed. They're absolutely needed, and I think there's a number of things that we can use, and I'm hoping Mark's got those in his toolbox, like for example Nixle. Nixle is something that we use at the Sheriff's Department that puts out emergency notifications, and that comes out in the form of a text message or an email or a Facebook page or to your Twitter account automatically, so that it's all set up automatically. The general manager or one of his staff members controls it. As soon as there's an emergency, he chooses how that goes out onto any one of those venues, and then folks can opt in. They choose to opt into these. So there are tools out there, and hopefully they're in your repository. And I think they're needed. They're long overdue needed.
Dave, too?
First of all, this company is going to cost us this much.
Well, the proposal was for 40.
You can skip him.
Jeez. Yeah, I agree with Cindy on. I mean, people are going to see, we're going to spend more money for a guy to come in and tell us how to do things. It's gonna hit.
No doubt. But again, that's why you have to look at it. I believe in the fact that it's communications and not spin. And you have communications now. Your Facebook page has got no likes on it. There's a reason for that. Yeah, I mean,
I get likes.
I think there's 5 likes.
I have a computer now.
5 likes.
Here, let's like it again right now.
It's
Up our numbers.
When somebody looks at your Facebook page
That's
and sees
great.
5 likes, they say
I
it
love it.
speaks to the reputation of the utility district. And you're in the game now, whether you know you are or not. You're in the game. You're just not in it very well.
But yes, it will cost money.
It will cost money. Yeah.
And I don't know if you were here at the moment, but a number was 10,000 tax ratepayers, okay? But
Yeah, I was here.
a lot of them don't care, and they don't need to care.
Right, I agree.
So throwing out a bunch of brochures and
Wasted stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a waste.
Dave, 1.
You sure cut me off fast.
You were through. You were just through.
Well, I think everybody would agree that we need to communicate on some level with the public. I don't think anybody would think we shouldn't communicate. So we should do that. How we proceed to do that is where, there's a whole different, we're doing community workshops, we're doing a dismal Facebook page, we're doing this, we're doing a bunch of things. And this costs money. This was, there was an expense to hire Dr. Bill and to have this meeting and to have this hall. So we're doing several things. They all cost money.
Right.
They all have different levels of effectiveness. I would give ourselves very poor grades in our effectiveness and how we've spent our money and how we've been able to reach out to this 10,000 customers or 15,000 taxpayers, whatever the number happens to be. So I would not be terribly influenced by someone having the opinion that we shouldn't do it or that we shouldn't spend money doing it. Because my opinion is we should do it, we should spend money to do it, and we have an obligation to try to do it as efficiently and as frugally as possible. I'm a frugal person by nature, and I love frugality. That doesn't relieve you of the obligation to do hard things that cost money. So I think we should do it. Mm-hmm. One of your comments was no shiny brochures. Well, I'm a big fan of a shiny 2-page professionally done brochure that gets mailed out every other month with the bill, and that it can be edited by the people at this table, that there's professional graphics, professional photographs, important information, not spin, important information of what we're doing and why we're doing it. And since we have to send the bill out every other month, so 6 times a year, to have a 2-page, shiny, professionally done brochure that all 10,000 people get, not on a pull basis. You don't have to go to an event. We're going to push. I mean, communications is push and pull. It should be a push event. We're going to mail the bill anyways. Yep, you're going to have to make this brochure. You're going to have to pay the mailing for it. And I don't think 6 times a year is a lot. Uh-huh. I think that all 5 board members get to review and edit the content to make sure the message that we want to get out gets there.
Right.
And I think we should start with that and do that. That'll cost a lot less than $48,000.
Yep.
And the booths and some of the other, the Twitter and those kind of things, I don't think they would be nearly as effective as what I'm describing as a professionally done push 6 times a year, where we get our message out to our 4,000 meters that are our customers. And that's what I think we should do. And while I would certainly entertain other people's opinion, it would have almost no effect on my opinion. That's what I think we should do. I think we should spend the money. We should make that happen.
That's why he's Dave 1. So the question that comes up, though, is will you have continuous communication throughout the year with the board? Because as things develop, they're gonna, I can guarantee you they're gonna have more ideas.
Yes.
Even Dave one will change his idea and have another idea. I mean, and Dane will have 10 or 12.
Yeah, absolutely. We plan to be a part every week of this interaction.
Okay.
I have a person that we propose on our team that lives in Auburn.
Okay.
Another lady who's from Auburn.
Right.
Real close by. So, and we have a great graphic artist who does shiny things just as good as not shiny things. So yeah, we have to be a part of the community and be here. It can't just be we show up once, a year. It's not gonna be that way. Plus, the other thing I told Mr. Palmer when we interviewed is this is my first proposal that I went after on my own after 30 years of working for other people. And I made a promise that for the first year I won't go after any other clients. This will be my only client because I want to have a great recommendation going forward. So I'm building a company on the Georgetown Divide PUD.
Good.
And I just have one last thing to say, go back to your comment, and maybe this is a crazy analogy, but I grew up in a farming town in the Central Valley, and cattle ranchers all around me. We'd wake up in the morning, there'd be cattle on our front yard. And my daughter's a vegetarian, and she would say, oh, I don't need meat. I don't need anything to do with meat. But there are other people who, they only eat meat. And so you may say, I don't really see the value in doing PR. But there are people, your neighbors out there who say, well, that's all I want is PR. So you have to connect up with all of your constituencies. Some people won't want the PR, but other people will demand it.
Mm-hmm. So let me stop right there and ask our audience if anybody has a comment on this or wants input on, particularly on this public relations communications effort. Yes.
I really appreciate what Cindy and Mike started, having monthly town halls. Very informal atmosphere. I've gotten to meet other ratepayers who live up here that I didn't know before. We get to act, well, first they present what went on at the last board meeting or any news that needs to be shared, and they take our questions and they bring them to Steve Palmer, and we get our answers back, and it gets rid of people having notions that aren't true. You can get information without having to call in and make an appointment with him. I think it's just a wonderful thing that I don't think was ever done up here before, and I really applaud you for doing it. I really enjoy those town meetings.
Great. What?
I'm Mike Slidesko. I want to make sure that everybody knows that up front. And as Mike can probably attest, prior to the previous year or so, I was one of those ratepayers that Dave One was talking about that really didn't seem very engaged, and you might assume that I got my bill and just kind of said, oh my gosh, and paid it, and that was it. Well, in reality, I didn't know how to get more involved. I didn't feel a sense of connection to the community, even though I've lived here for well over a decade. And I'm sort of like Carolyn. This whole business with GPUD has made me feel a rootedness in the community and has given me contacts that I lacked before. And as Mark can probably attest, and I understand exactly what Dave One is saying, because I do a lot of things, and one thing I've noticed is that there are a group of people that always show up and always do the work, and that's the group of people you have to depend on. There may only be 5 of them, but boy, they are at every event that, no matter what the topic is. That's just human nature, I believe. I believe that's the nature of society. But the thing that you got to remember is that for each one of those people, there are untold numbers of people that believe the same way. And during this last year, I saw your best friends, very frequently. And I know who they are, and I don't see that many of them here today.
Well, we had a little weather.
Yeah, weather had nothing to do with it.
But
I had that much snow, I got here.
But the thing of it
Maybe
is
a higher
that
life form.
when we were going through this whole election season last year, what I also saw was people that I never see at any of these meetings stopping and giving their opinions about what was going on and sharing that they really did care and being upset about issues. And I think that's what you have to look at, is that, you know, people are upset that go beyond those 25 people. And those 25 people also have an enormous influence on the community at large, because they talk to their neighbors, who talk to their neighbors, who talk to other people. And that makes a difference. And as far as the PR thing goes, as I was saying earlier, you know, I mean, I've had my phone out. I'm checking my social media. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. The only thing I'm not on is Instagram. But you guys need to moderate your behavior online. You need to have a policy that says, we are not going to put this information out as members of the board. You're like I was saying earlier to Cindy, we've all got free speech. Everybody has the right to give their opinion. Don't give it as a member of the board, or as, a person of official capacity. Don't go on Facebook and start nattering back and forth. That doesn't help anything. There needs to be a policy.
A decorum.
Yes, there needs to be a policy, which I believe your committee on all of this could come up with a policy that says, this is the behavior we expect of our manager, of our staff, of our directors, and if this behavior isn't followed, these are the consequences. Because I, as an employee, cannot go on Facebook and say rude things about my employer and expect to keep my job.
I think that's an excellent idea, what you just described. I mean, all of the people, staff and directors, need to have a decorum that if they violate that there's consequences. And as a director, I mean, I don't go on Facebook ever, but I don't think anybody should go on there as a director representing GDPUD on their personal Facebook page. I think that's wrong.
The corollary to that, though, is people really do have free speech, and that's part of being public servants. And part of the responsibility of sitting on a board of directors is that you're going to get a lot of negative input from the public. I mean, everybody knows that small town politics is the worst politics.
And the best.
And the best in many ways. I mean, I've developed relationships with people that I am sure are vastly different from me. And I care about those people, and I think they're wonderful people. And this has been good for me, personally, to get involved in all this. But, you have to realize people are going to talk. But that's where the PR comes in. And I'm not sure, I mean, personally, I don't really like mailers and things like that. I mean, even politically, I think that's way overdone. I think way too much money is spent on those kinds of things. But I'm a person who's very much online. And so other people aren't. And for them, mailers might be very, very important, and they might appreciate it. But I think that the push for this is the Twitter, the Facebook, all that stuff. If there's an emergency, yes, put out a message and everybody's phone buzzes and you look at it. But for the long term, something else.
So in general, you're really positively favoring this communication effort.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, you had a lot to say, and I just wanted to make sure that we focused it right.
Sorry.
You are positive. Yeah, you are positive. Yeah. Go.
So I'd say communication is really important. I think we've talked really well the last year's meeting. You've got big companies, PG&E. They struggle with this. They got a crap load more money than we got. And we still see on Facebook the folks that are on it, people going, when's power coming back on? They don't call PG&E. They check with the community. They want to know what's going on with the notices.
Isn't that
wrong
true?
or right? That's what happens.
Right.
PG&E's got push notifications. I think they do a really good job on it. If you subscribe to it, you go to it. But if you don't go to it, you don't know anything about it, PG&E sucks. Okay, so it's kind of where you're sitting in that mode. As you mentioned, there's a lot of people up here that just don't have electronic communications. They don't have the cell phones. They don't have the access because you've got no high speed in a lot of areas up here. So how do you communicate with them?
Yeah, we have.
And I think there's a lot of people that just don't know what we're doing. So I think to Dave one's point, you got to get that communications out there. The mailer is your best choice. That initial communication really needs to say, this is how we communicate. this is what GDPUD does to communicate. Here's your options. Give people choices, and give them choices that are efficient for us to do. Pushing content to Twitter, to Facebook, to other places, cheap and easy to do. You can do that real easily. There's great tools to do that. I don't think we have to share to every single Facebook page out here, honestly, because there's so many of them. Every day somebody's starting a new Facebook page in Georgetown. It's freaking ridiculous. You got to go to, if they need to know, if they're on Facebook, they should know, I can go to GDPUD and grab that content and subscribe to their page. We just need to tell them that. And so I think that's a really big part. The last piece I'd say is that, Dana, you were talking about trust amongst the board. There's a trust discrepancy between GDPUD and the public. And I don't care what information you put out there, there's going to be a half the population of GD or Georgetown district or the whole district that is going to say, I don't believe that. So we've got to build that trust. So whatever that campaign is, I think it really needs to be fundamental piece to it to figure out how we fix that trust issue. So.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes, please. I'll come to you next.
I was totally against this PR thing, totally, because I felt it was like a cookie cutter plastic type thing that they were going to do. Talking with them just a few minutes, I'm more receptive to it, especially if they allow and they get input from customers also, and then not just the staff. But I'm for it if it's out to the public, because I personally have probably spoken with 400 to 500 customers over a 4 to 5 month period, and I bet you a lot of you probably don't. There's only probably 5 or 6 of us that did come, and a lot of those taxpayers had no idea that their property taxes, the ones that are on wells, paid GPUD's budget. Money went into the budget for them. They were totally shocked. That's why they don't care. They don't think they have skin in the game in the end. So it just was an education thing, and that's what I think needs to be.
Thank you. Please.
I was initially against this concept when I heard about it a couple months ago too, but definitely warming up to it. I think there are a lot of things that don't get communicated, or as I was talking to Dave, one at the break, at board meetings they get bogged down with somebody shows up with their hair on fire because they added staff, or someone went to a conference and stayed in a hotel instead of a pup tent. There's a lot of,
right.
You could explain the relationship between regulatory oversight and staff development, things that the public doesn't understand. I think it could go a long way in healing a lot of wounds and the distrust. And the reason 25 people show up to the board meetings is because the room holds 25 people.
Yeah, that's true as well, yes.
So maybe take the show on the road once or twice a month. The outreaches are great, but the board meeting, take it to the school or down here.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, I was kind of same way he was. I figured this was going to be a good waste of time and money. Since I've been sitting here, you guys made a lot of good points. I mean, some of the same points that we run this building by, that we live by.
Right.
I mean, and we're all volunteer. We don't get paid anything. And the other thing is, I can't get to a board meeting because you know what I'm doing that night? I'm working in the kitchen at bingo, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was in another time frame or another day or something like that, and I mean, I've been on the divide 71 years. I take 2 sets of treated water and 2 sets of irrigation water.
Yeah.
So, I got a lot of skin in the game. And, I'm really proud to see you guys are working together.
Comment?
Well, I just think you have a great point.
Fuzzy feeling.
You have a great point. And one thing I've been doing lately is using Facebook Live, which I never thought I would do. I'm not that techie. But then we tape a meeting and we put it on the website and let people know by email, hey, if you can't go live, watch it online. And people do. They watch stuff online at their own leisure. So I emphasize with what you're saying.
Yeah.
Time in your time is important, and that's why you always get the same 25 people.
Yeah, that's right.
Any staff comments? You're never at a loss.
No, I'm looking over at him. I wonder if I should say
checking in with his boss.
He's looking at
He's
his
looking at his boss.
Listen to Dr. Bill.
No, the only comment I would have is I agree with a lot of what's going on here. As far as, people being, I have 25 years with the district now, and I've been here for 49 years. The public only knows what they know. And they only know what they know by talking to people that might know something, like board members or staff.
Right.
And public gets mad at staff when we don't do a good job, as in usually it's a customer service type issue. Maybe they don't really handle it well. But they don't even know anything they hear from the board, whether it be on Facebook or wherever. From the past, all the boards that I've been through over the years, most of our bad publicity comes from board members. And I would just like to see board members work together as a team, because they're part of my team. All of you are part of my team, to do the best job we can, put out the best possible water at the lowest possible price. And if we can't do that unless we're all working as a team. If we're fighting each other, then it's not going to work.
Good. Well, I think the reason for meeting here is to develop that trust and make it work and get things done. Board, any comments to some of the responses?
I think it would be awesome if we had a system or multiple systems set up where Daryl could go on, type out an email for Steve's approval, and then that email could go out to say, hey folks, in this area, we've had this emergency outage, we're going to be working on it. If you have any questions, this is who you can contact. That information to go out is going to probably stave off many, many phone calls or complaints to say, why didn't I get my ditch water again? Where is this? Where is that? Why does this happen? Why is this out? Why is that not working? So I think if we have tools at our disposal and we use them at different times for different reasons, and we start working on improving our communication, and the public sees that, feels that, experiences it, I think that can only be a win-win.
So board, you're ready for the next steps next week when Steve brings this before the board. What's the next process, Steve?
Yeah, the next board meeting, we could bring the contract back for discussion. And that's pretty much.
And they'll get a copy of it early enough to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Your colleague, anything to add?
I would just say that, just to underscore what Mark was saying, his firm is new, but he and I have been in this business for a long time. 25 years ago, we worked together for a United States Congressman, Vic Fazio. And upon his retirement from office in 1999, we both went into private practice. Mark went to work for state service, worked in a number of agencies doing communications, top-level communications for them. He mentioned Caltrans. I went to work for a Indian tribe, and the Rumsey Band of Linton Indians up in the Capay Valley. And I was their tribal administrator for a number of years, their chief administrative officer. And communications was core to us because we had to have good neighborhood relationships. They had a casino up there, Cache Creek Casino, and it's on reservation land, fully responsible only to the tribe by federal law. But we have neighbors on Highway 16. We work very closely with Caltrans, Yolo County Sheriff's Department, the school districts, the water districts, and we had many outreach programs to work with citizens from Esparto all the way up to the Gwenda Grange Lodge, where we held a lot of community outreach meetings. And I would take my staff up there to help everybody understand and put input on the impacts we were having. So that communication is key, and getting feedback from your customers, and our neighbors were our customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And also adding on communications, the only reason I'm on this board is because of the lack of communication we had with GPUD. I think looking back, it was probably maybe one of Steve's first or second meeting. It was during one of the drought times when I had my horse trough was empty, and the usual, you call your neighbors, do you have water? Do you have water? I'm like, why aren't we getting anything from the utility district? And I just happened to see, I saw the bill, looked on the website, saw they had a meeting, showed up that next day, and I said, what kind of communications you have? And everybody was like, we have none. That's how we started the email thing. I talked about the email, and I talked about, do we have a push program, and that's when I started getting involved with the district. So I mean, if we had better communication, I wouldn't be sitting here, because as Dave said, when things are going well, you're not involved, you don't have any real engagement with them. But when things are going bad, that's when people that usually are minding their own business are going to come out. So the negative side far outweighs what the positive stuff from the community does.
Well, let's get on with the positive stuff. Thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ritter.
Thank you. Good job. Thanks for coming up, guys.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Steve, let's, because I want to get to some of your staff issues early on. Go to part 2 in terms of some functions of staff, and
Okay.
you want to start that, kick that off, please?
Yeah, give me a minute to
yes, I will.
switch over a cord here.
Part of the discussion is, I'll let them have a minute to get out, is a little bit of reporting back from what's going on in administration and engineering and operations, finance, and water resources. Yeah, hey,
Are the chairs on the way, Steve?
Switch sides.
Yeah, I'm over on my side.
Yep.
Here you go. Yeah, you're yeah, right. Okay.
Everybody's moving to this side. Sorry, Bill.
That's all right. You're warming it up.
Interrupted your flow.
That's all right. We're over here. Come on over here. Yeah.
Okay, we're good. So we can.
All right.
He's running back.
Went to the bathroom.
He better come back.
Yeah.
This is
He's on.
strategic planning. You're
He's
on your
on.
own, Steve.
This is why he's here.
Right.
So I did have some slides that we talked about just to go over kind of what the district from an operations side, staffing side, what responsibilities are of the different divisions and what kind of resources we have and what as a staff our goals are for the next year. There's a few here at the beginning that we've all seen before, just kind of reemphasize the mission statement and the system. And so when Daryl comes in and starts talking, these are good things to have in mind for us as we think about the district and how we run. Is we have a huge service area, 415 square miles. And we were talking about how many residents there are. And we were thinking 12,000. So at this point, when I put the slide together, we were guessing 15,000. It really depends on how many people fill out the census and how many people vote as to which number you pick for that. But it's in that range, 10 to 15. With 3,600 tree water connections, 400 irrigation water customers. And the point of this part of my slide is just that you have this huge area and a huge system to serve all those people, and it's not that many people. So when you talk about 415 square miles, only 15,000 residents, the density is very, very low, which means we have, instead of having 5 customers per mile of pipe, we have like 5 miles of pipe per customer. And that's what, those aren't the right numbers, but it's in that range. Instead of talking about customers per mile, you have miles per customer. It's backwards. So as most smaller systems. So we're very spread out. And so functions, I just divided things up. How we kind of operate, operations, treated water, raw water, and then Darrell will talk about those things. And then on the administration side, I just divided up in engineering, water resources, finance, HRIT, and then the general manager. And so this is kind of how we divide the roles up right now in the structure of the district. And so with that, I'll just run through these, Darrell, and you can talk about each of these. This one's treatment, kind of accomplishments over the last year, and what general responsibilities are from the treatment side of things.
Go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. A lot of it you can just read, but the 2 treatment plants made 521 million gallons last year, which sounds like a lot, but when I talk to our friends at EID and PCWA, they do that in a month or less. But that's a lot of water for us. We have 2 water treatment plants. They're both considered 3 MGD, 3 million gallon a day plants is what they could produce max. We might actually hit that point with the new plant when it's finished, because our old plant can't even produce that, maybe half, just because it's old and doesn't work right anymore. They have to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have somebody on call all the time, every day, all the time for the 2 water treatment plants. There's always one person that they're working. My phone was going off when I got here. It was going off all night because the power's been out. So we got guys up at Walton in the snow running generators, just keeping water flowing right now. We're always working on, well, we're not always. Lately, we get to the last 3 years in a row, and this year it looks like the board just approved to get another tank done. We're trying to bring our water storage tanks up to par with state requirements. So we did Walton Lake 2 last year. There's 2 tanks up there. We did 1 2 years ago, tank 2 last year. This year we're going to do Garden Park tank, which is a big deal. It's important, and these tanks are expensive, so it's good to make them last. We did some repairs, Auburn Lake Trails. We've been trying to avoid repairing anything at that plant because we're getting ready to get rid of it. But one of our pumps, our main pump failed. We had to have it repaired last year. And something that's not on there is we had a filter fail last year too that we had to have repaired, which killed me. We had to spend about 60 grand getting that thing working again, just for, until the new plant goes online. But we have to make water. Provide support for construction of the new treatment plant. We're down there. I'm down there a lot. We have operators down there lately every single day. Obviously, it's a high-tech plant, something we're not used to. Our old plants aren't high-tech at all. They're super basic. So the guys it's really intimidating to run a plant like that when you're not used to it. With computers can turn on and off all the pumps, everything in there. So anyway, they're down there every day learning how to run this new plant, so when it goes online, they'll be able to do it. Water sampling, we sample weekly. We have to take samples every single Monday, send them to the lab. That information goes straight to the state and to us. It's bacteria to make sure that the water is safe to drink. And we do that as soon as we hit 10,000 customers, which I hope is after I retire. It's going to change our whole system, because when we go from, we're considered a small water system, as soon as we hit 10,000 up, we're a large water system, and the requirements are going to go way up. It's going to cost the district a lot more money, a lot more sampling, a lot of different things have to happen, a lot more reporting happens as soon as we hit that number. We only have 2 full-time operators because we're small. Chief operator, we have a chief operator because we're required to have one by the state. We really don't need one, but because they're just both operators, but you have to have one. Somebody's got to have that title. One thing I'll bring up real quick is, because I'm also an operator, is our operators, being at a small plant, kind of like Steve, and it's not just treatment plant operator, it goes with the whole company. We're a small district, so here you wear a lot of hats. A treatment plant operator here is also an electrician. He's also a plumber. He also does whatever is broken in the treatment plant. Our friends over that we meet when we talk to other operators at EID, PCWA, and other places, when something breaks, a crew comes in to fix it. When equipment is calibrated, another crew comes in to calibrate. They have teams for everything. Well, our guy has to know how to do it all. It's a big deal, and Steve has to do the same thing. He does a lot as a general manager. There's no way GMs would do at the bigger districts, but I'm glad he does because he helps me a ton. So we have these 2 treatment plants.
Daryl, can you talk a little bit about the challenges of having 2 positions in terms of on call and being able to operate 24 hours a day?
That's a good point. That's a great thing to talk about. That is a problem because we have 2 operators full time, and we have another guy that got his license. He's part of our distribution crew. So we have 3 operators that rotate on call, because you're on call 7 days, and then another guy goes on 7 days, and another guy goes on 7 days, and so on and so on. The problem is if one of those guys gets sick, one of those guys gets hurt, now all of a sudden, which happens, life happens. Now you're down to 1 guy. I know I was on call for 1 year straight, 7 days a week for a whole year. I couldn't leave Georgetown, and it was terrible. My wife really hated it, but that's what happens in small districts. Things happen, and sometimes you're on call for long periods of time. And it's the same way with our distribution operators. So we really struggle with that. Other districts have multiple operators to pull from, but we can't afford to do that. We can only have a few, so we have to just beg and borrow and plead, and I'm not even supposed to run the plants anymore because I'm not in that union. But obviously I have to sometimes because they need help. They go to a conference, and then I've got to go do the rounds or backwash treatment plants or whatever, just so our guys get some training. That becomes very complicated. There's a lot of things that we want to do, and this list isn't going to cover all of them, but Walton Lake Treatment Plant's been there since 1974, I believe, and filters have been upgraded, 2 of them. We got 2 new filters, and somewhere between 2000 and 2010. The other filter went in, filter number 3 went in 1992. It really needs to be rebuilt. It's old, doesn't work as well as the others. Just off the top of my head, it's probably going to, I don't know for sure, so don't quote me, but I'll bet it's about $100 grand. And we're going to need to have that one completely rebuilt, and that's something I'm talking to Steve about. That's why it's on here. The alarm system at Walton, we're getting everyone knows we're building the new plant at ALT. It's fully a SCADA system, they call it. So when there's any alarms, anything goes off, nowadays it's going to come right to our phones. We'll go, oh shoot, we have an alarm. And the new treatment plant, by the way, has over 200 alarms in one treatment plant. So the guys are already scared when they get their first alarm, like, oh my gosh, which one is it and what do I do? But anyway, it'll go right to your phone, so we're going to know immediately what it is. They might even be able to get on their phone and switch pumps right from their phone. Okay, I'll turn that one off, turn this one on, boom, I don't even have to go in. It just saved all that time and money driving up there. It's going to be pretty neat. We'd like to do the same thing at Walton Lake Treatment Plant, which it already has a lot of the brains. We just need to pay somebody to tie everything together so we can do the same thing. Operator training, obviously that's like I just mentioned, there's training going on every single day at the new plant with our operators. I'm trying to get them to all be there as much as possible to learn this new plant. We want to upgrade the emergency power system at Walton, which is running right now. It's a generator that was put in, I'm not sure when, it's been long before I started, probably 30, 40 years ago. And the problem is we put new pumps in at Walton and new variable frequency drives around 08, 09. And this old generator doesn't put out very clean power, so the VFDs don't run right. Matter of fact, only one of them will run. In the summertime, if we have an emergency in the summer, they won't even run all 3 pumps to keep the flow going at where we need it. They literally just shut off, they don't work. So that's something I want to get at Walton, is a new generator with better power. Maybe an automatic transfer switch too that'll automatically fire it up when the power goes out, and the plant can already be running by the time an operator gets there to make sure it's running like it should be. Bulk chlorine is something we're toying with. I'm not sure if it's going to work or not yet. Right now we get our chlorine deliveries in 55-gallon drums. There's a lot of difficulties dealing with chlorine, and especially bulk chlorine, because you have to have double containment in case something leaks, emergencies. Where do you put it? How do you store it? How do you get it out of that tank into another tank? We're working through all those things right now. What's cheaper? Barrels might even be cheaper, we're finding out right now. We might just stick with that. Accomplishments and responsibilities. Obviously the guys are out repairing main breaks and leaks and laterals on every day. I just got a text this morning, an email actually on my phone. We have a water break on Greenhorn Trail and ALT. Somebody said, I don't know if it's a water main, I don't know what it is, but I know there's a problem. Our guys are probably there right now working on it. So that happens on a regular basis. Fire hydrant flushing. We started the program last year. We flushed, around 150 hydrants. For our first year, last year, we focused on dead end courts, dead end areas that haven't been flushed in a long time. This year, we're going to actually try to hit all of them, and we have 500 and something hydrants.
How often do you get called out on these kind of breaks and troubles?
I would say every day to every other day, the guys are getting calls, because there's always something, whether it's, you never know what it is. A customer, their water line broke and they don't know how to turn their water off, so we got to go out and turn the water off the meter.
Okay.
Or anything like that.
I'm just trying to think, Steve, how you schedule for that stuff and the amount of overtime, because you're like a fire department. It depends on how many fires you have, how many breaks you have. Sounds like you have them a lot.
Yep. Yeah. And so you have to guess. When you do a budget, you got to guess how much overtime you're going to spend on overtime this year, and it is sometimes just based on what you've seen in the past couple of years. So it's an educated guess, but the reality is, like overtime costs are going to be whatever they are, because you have obligation to respond. If someone calls in 3 a.m. with a break, you have to respond. There's no. the way around that.
And when you respond, a lot of times, especially the distribution guys out in the field, they have to call in other people who aren't on call.
Right.
So they're calling people in to run stop signs, to run an excavator, to help whatever. And these people aren't on call, so you call them up and you go, can you get out here? You know? And that's sometimes hard. Sometimes we get people that we just start calling everybody because you can't cater to people on vacation, people aren't home, whatever. And we don't have that many people to call, especially certified people. So that can be interesting. They're always rebuilding, replacing pressure reducing valves. I believe we have 70 stations all over the divide. I've probably beat that one to death. I don't know if everybody here probably heard about it because we have so many hills. Every time we go down a hill, it builds pressure. And we have to back that pressure off so as it keeps going downhill, it doesn't blow people's houses apart. So we have these stations everywhere that have been not repaired for many, many years, and we've been working on that for a while, getting those back up going again. Which actually helps with our water main breaks. We're having less main breaks, in my opinion, since we've repaired a lot of those, because there's less pressure fluctuations. Service laterals, that's always an issue because they've been like everything else, they've been in the ground for 30, 40 years. A service lateral is just basically from a black piece of tubing from the water main to your water meter, and they break. So we've been lately we're actually trying to pull them out of the ground, and as we pull it out, pull a new one in with it, and then reconnect them again. Instead of putting, like, I don't know if you saw at that board meeting, there was 10 clamps on that one. Like, it's getting old, all right, let's rip it out of the ground, replace it. I wish I was joking, but there was about 10 on that one if you were at the meeting. Valves, we have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of valves all over the place in our system that's used to, if we do have a water main break somewhere, we can turn this valve off to stop it or to slow it down so we can fix it. Anyway, the valves is a big deal. Something I want to get going too is, they did it in ALT this year where they exercised every valve in the trails. We need to start doing that all over the divide to make sure, does it even work? You get there, is it full of dirt? Can you even find the valve? Is it under 2 inches of blacktop? That happens all the time.
Is that a valve right there? What is that?
What you're looking at is in the bottom of Stumpy Dam.
Oh.
So that weekly water sampling is the same thing I was talking about before. We go out every week to perform samples, and those are just back tees, but we also do tons of other sampling, quarterly disinfection byproduct sampling. There's a lot of different titles to it. 22 sampling every November, which encompasses a large.
Daryl, can I ask you a question about your sampling?
Yeah. Bacteria sampling that we do every Monday. If they change, we have to update our map, and I have a spreadsheet with everything on it, and submit that to the state and let them know, hey, they changed. They don't really care, but they want to know where it is and where we're taking them. Okay. So they can change and we have to update it.
Okay, got it.
And I'm trying to have sample stations installed, like I said at the board meeting the other day, so it's easier to get better, cleaner samples at a sampling stations, because we've used to use, like I said, hose bibs at people's houses.
Right.
Which isn't a sanitary place to be taking samples.
Right, true.
So we actually build our sampling stations ourselves. Our guys actually build them, and they're really, because it's cheaper than buying them, and we're installing them, slowly getting everything replaced.
Okay, but when you do your sampling change, if they change locations, you're not changing the concentrates you're sampling for.
Correct.
Okay.
Treated water, this must be our distribution. 6 people running it. We have about 200 miles of pipeline in the system. Like Steve was saying, it's crazy to think about, but we have almost as much pipeline in the ground as EID. And they have, 200 employees, and we have 20 something. They just have more people tied into those pipelines. I mean, we're a gigantic system. I mean, it can take you 30 minutes to drive from one end of the system to the other, and you're still in the area where we have pipes in the ground. And we have 6 guys. When I say guys, there is a girl on one of the crews, so I apologize. I'm not used to that yet, but Alexis works for us now on the irrigation side, which is cool. But on this one, it's all guys, and those 6 guys, whatever's going wrong, like right now on Greenhorn Court or Trail, whichever one it was, they have to go fix it. It's just the way it goes. We have 5 pump stations throughout the divide. All those there's a few areas where houses are high enough to where our water won't get there. So we have to put pump stations in to pump the water up the hill farther, just so homeowners can actually get the water. And the pump stations are literally old, falling apart like everything else, leaking, you know, when I say leaking, like from rain, things like that. So I want to, it's actually, I'm having it in the budget. I've already had it in it. We just didn't have time to get to them, so he's going to let me put it back in. Rip them out and rebuild them so we can start over with new pumps, good buildings, you know, more reliable pump stations. Water storage tanks, we've already talked about. We have 10 of them now. We want to rebuild all the pump station as our goals. We want to replace service laterals when we can. We're not really going out somewhere that isn't leaking and just replacing them, but we know if we have problem service laterals, we're going to start ripping them out and just putting new ones in instead of replacing or banding them every time. Pressure reducing valves is still an issue. It will be for a while because those are so expensive. To do one station with brand new valves, it's almost $10,000. There's 2 valves in every station, a big one and a little one. The little one handles all the flows when it's small. If people start using a lot of water, it kicks over and the big one opens up and handles the large flows. And when those fail, it's bad because pressure goes up.
How many of those stations do we have?
About 70. Repair asphalt damage, that's something I really want to get into. It's been difficult to do for us. If you drive over the divide or if you pay attention, you'll see little holes in the road where there's little blacktop areas where we've dug it up. It's not just us, but we do it too. They're everywhere. And they've gotten very expensive to fix. Just as a quick example, there's one on Marshall Road last year. We had to do a project to give somebody irrigation water. We have a little, I'm not kidding you, 2 foot by 2 foot little piece of blacktop in the road. And the way we have to fix it now, that's a $10,000 fix by the county codes. We have to dig that out all the way to the pipe. It has to be all concrete popcorn slurry. There's no more gravel anymore. You got to bring it all, and then that's steel plated for a day, let that dry. All the traffic control during that process, come back the next day with the traffic control, take the plate off, blacktop it, and after you blacktop it on this particular road, 2 coats of sand slurry up to the county code, and then repaint the lines on the road. One little teeny tiny hole, 10 grand. It's insane in my opinion, but we don't have any choice. And that's one out of at least 70 that I know about. So that's a big deal coming up. I think I had 70 grand in the budget for that. I'm going to be asking Steve for a lot more money for that for future, so that we can really start knocking these out. And I'd like to start doing them sooner rather than later. I don't want to come back in 5 years and fix it. I want to fix it quicker. Right. Plus it's cheaper. The more you get a better deal from the blacktop contractors. Increased coverage, storage in the courtyard. That's basically, we have a lot of expensive equipment that we're starting to get, and I personally hate seeing it sit out in the rain and the snow and the sun when we're not using it. Even some of our storage for our pipe. It's just basic. I'd like to just see, even if it's carport type stuff, something we can park things under, keep them out of the sun in the winter. Let's take care of them. If it was my personal stuff, I'd never leave just laying out like that. It's too expensive. We want to keep track and keep better care of our stuff. The Hotchkiss Hill pump station it's an example. I was just telling you I want to rebuild our pump stations. Well, this one is manual. It's kind of a pain. We have to actually drive there a couple times a week, turn pumps on, drive up to the tank. How full is it? Drive back down to the station or come back 10 hours later. Okay, it's almost full. Turn it off. They make plenty of things nowadays. It costs money, but like some radio communications or something that tells the pumps how full the tank is, turns them on, turns them off. It just handles itself.
That's the tank you have to do that on?
That's just this one site.
So the other tanks have automatic?
Well, the other pump stations don't pump to a tank. They're just pumping pressure. They pump up to a certain pressure and shut off. This one's actually filling a tank.
Are all these notions on the new budget? Like installation of increased storage? Are they on the new budget?
Yep. They're all going to be on the capital plan.
This is the board's preview of what you're going to be asking.
Preview, yeah.
Okay, got it.
And then raw water.
Raw water. 10 times harder.
Why?
Well, we have roughly 70 miles of canal, as you can see, and things grow where water is. So there are always brush, weeds, blackberries, trees. It's a similar problem that PG&E has. As we go through people's property and want to clear it, they don't want us to. We have problems. And then when we have problems, and then they get mad because we didn't clean it. And a lot of people let us clean it, but it's not as easy as it may sound. There's a lot of complications trying to clean them. As that, you can see the gunite in these pictures. Gunite is great. I call it a super expensive Band-Aid just because it's not permanent. 10, 15 years from now, that's going to fall apart. We're going to rip it out and we're going to do it again. But it's expensive. What did we pay last year? I think it was roughly 40 grand to do 400 foot section of ditch in Cherry Acres when we had to shut the ditch off. About 40 grand for 400 feet. It's very expensive. But that guy that we did it for is really happy he's not flooding his house out anymore because it leaks so bad. And we have that everywhere. We're going to be doing a lot of that. Wastegates. We have wastegates on our ditches all over the divide that have been there since the ditch was built, which are extremely important. Days like the last week when it's dumping rain, we have to have our wastegates wide open because everybody's water off of everybody's property drains into our ditch, and the ditch gets really full. And so it wastes out these wastegates to get rid of it. Greenwood Lake, like some of our other lakes, we have to maintain as far as keeping vegetation off the dams the best we can. Dead trees around them, things like that. Make sure there's not people living there. Stuff like that. Lining, that's the same thing. With ditch lining, we want to find out high priority areas, try to hit those first. High priority, according to our ordinance and according to me, isn't necessarily the biggest leaks. It's what's doing damage to people's properties and maybe their homes, things like that. We may have bigger leaks out in the middle of nowhere, but we need to focus on helping the people who live below the ditches that are actually having problems with the water damaging their land. We need to fix those first. And it just makes sense to me, plus our ordinance backs it up. 4,600 acre feet of irrigation water per year, and of course that happens in 5 months. Our 10,000 customers use about 1,500 acre feet to drink it a year. Resources, 7 positions, handle 70 miles of canal. I like to always tell people, think of it that way. Give one guy a brush cutter and say, start cutting 10 miles and you did your job for the year. Well, it's not going to happen. They can't do it. There's too much ditch. There's too much ditch to clean for as many positions that we have to try to maintain it. I was talking to Bill earlier about like his service. We have 400 services. Well, in the ditch tender, or canal operator that runs Bill's service, he starts in Georgetown in the morning, 7 days a week, and works his way from Georgetown. He has a ditch going out Spanish Drive Higgins ditch. The main ditch comes all the way through Greenwood, all the way to Pilot Hill. There's a Cherry Acres ditch. There's various pipelines that go off of it. Obviously, that guy cannot get to every service every day. He's got to try to find, we rely on people to complain, really, to say, hey, my service plugs all the time. So our guys try to hit those services that seem to be the more problem service the most, because we just can't get to them all. The pipeline, we have about 14 miles of pipeline in the ground in the ditch, where the ditch is piped. I really would like to see more of that, especially on our upper canal, which we can't even access right now. I'll get to that in a little bit. And 11 reservoirs, they're all small, but we have 11 reservoirs that our ditch goes into and out of that we try to maintain. There's a small flume in Kelsey this year I want to put on the list to just get rebuilt. It's really not a big flume like the one you see in the photo, but it still needs to be repaired. It doesn't work very well. Purchase replacement snow vehicle. This has to do with what I was just saying on up country. We have a lot of snow up there right now. I haven't been up there. Last time I was up there was 3 feet. It could be 5 by now. Our snow cat is broken again. I called the county. They don't even own one. I called the sheriff's office. Theirs is broken. I called search and rescue. They didn't call me back. We called everywhere to rent one. There is no rentables. We couldn't even find one in California. And right now we can't even get to our upper canal unless we hike in there. We tried, but we couldn't even find any rentals unless we wanted to go to Tahoe and pick one up. And we can't use, a lot of people say, oh, use mine. Well, we can't use just private people's stuff. There's liability issues, problems with that. So next week, Steve has approved me, which I already told my lead, I want an excavator. I want it here on Tuesday. We're going to have to rent one, a big one, have it delivered as high up as we can get it, and we're going to get a guy on that. He's driving that big old excavator back in there because we've got to get in there to check our wastegates. I have a feeling there's trees down all over the place because with that much snow. And we're just praying that the ditch doesn't blow out and have a big problem before we get in there. So He's going up there next week with that big excavator to get in there. Hopefully it can make it. I really would like to get a drone a lot right now, even though we can't get, well, I don't know, depending on the weather, those things go really far nowadays. You can fly some of those good ones like 5 miles away. We could literally park, have a guy fly in there, fly over the ditch and look at it and view and find out, oh my gosh, we got a major problem right here. We've got to figure out how we're going to get there and what we're going to do to fix it. It'd be a super good tool.
I think that's all I had under.
Is that all for me?
For you.
Okay.
Daryl, can I ask you a question? If you're concerned about the excavator, the big one going in, possibly getting stuck, you said you hope he can get through.
Yeah.
Is there a contingency plan or backup plan in case he gets stuck to tow him out?
Well, the good thing about excavators, they get themselves out, because if anywhere there's snow, you can always move it with the bucket and then drive. It just, when I say I hope he gets in there, it just might be a pain. He's gonna get in there, but it might be a pain. Hopefully it's one of those enclosed cabins with a heater, because he's gonna be out there all day long. And it may even take several days, because and then I really am coming up with another thing, because I don't want just one guy in there all by himself all day. I want 2 people. So we're working on trying to figure out how to get the second person in there so he's not alone. Maybe one guy running a chainsaw with trees down, the other guy, moving trees, because we know there's gonna be trees across the road just to get in there.
Snow trippers.
Yeah, we need snow trippers. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Daryl.
You bet.
So I'm going to move on to, I'll talk about engineering a little bit. I'm going to sit down. So for this last year, and kind of these are our responsibilities and accomplishments for last year. We completed that's the Water Conservation Supply Reliability Environmental Protection Project. Everyone likes to call it CABI. That was the $1 million grant, roughly, from the CABI group to line some canals. So that project got completed this year.
How much was it?
It was just under $1 million grant. I think it was about $800,000 for the grant. Total cost was that much. And then I'm not sure what that means. Obviously, we still have Armor Trails Water Treatment Plant under construction. Hopefully that'll get completed next month. That is George, yeah. And that group is responsible. Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's the responsibility. So that group, engineering, is responsible for the Auburn Lake Trails Water Treatment Plant construction project. They're responsible for any grant reimbursements or loan applications, loan draws that we have. And then that group is also responsible for annually updating the 5-year capital improvement plan. And I say that group, there's actually no positions in that group. So I'm calling that engineering function, but there's nobody that does that. We have 2 part-time contract employees doing that, and that's George and Gloria, who you all know because they're at our board meetings. And so, yeah. But it's org chart and staffing wise, there's no one that does that. We rely on contract staff. And the couple pictures there, that's obviously the bottom picture you guys all seen is the Auburn Lake Trails treatment plant under construction. On the left is a portion of the ditch that was lined with the CABI project. And then goals, there's a ton of goals for engineering coming up. And so we want to complete.
This is the, excuse me, this is the engineering goals, but you don't have an engineer?
That's right.
He's an engineer.
I'm an engineer.
We contract.
So you contract, right?
The contract.
Okay.
Part-time, retired.
Okay.
So it's in Person Newton.
Right. That list is bigger than, oh well, go ahead.
Yeah. So I got different names of some of these that aren't being done by the contract staff. So he needs to complete construction of the treatment plant project. We want to complete a new project, the 2018 main canal reliability project. So I'm managing that project.
What is that?
Design. That we're in the design phase, and that now we just awarded a contract to Bennett Engineering.
But what is it?
We're lining some priority segments of ditch that are leaking. No, it's down by Spanish Dry digging. That's the canal.
Because it sounds like a CABI grant.
It does, but it's not. And then the next one is an ALT. That's the 2018 treated water main replacement project. We also have engineering under a design for that too as well. That's 2 small cul-de-sacs and ALT where we experience a lot of mainline breaks. And so we prioritize those to have those main lines repaired and replaced. And I'm managing that project. And then we have to complete the diversion gauging improvements. We've talked a number of times to the board about the new state regulations requiring real-time monitoring of all our diversions, of which I think we have like 7. And so we have to get those things all gauging updated to make sure we can comply with those requirements by the state. And that's being managed by our water resources manager, Adam Brown, and then I'm pitching in to kind of support him on that effort because he's not an engineer. And then Daryl mentioned this, completing the garden park tank coating project, and Daryl's actually managing that project so that we can keep George's time focused on ALT. And then we need to finish securing financing for the automated meter reading project and actually start construction on that. That's also being managed by a water resource manager, Adam Brown, and I'm pitching in as needed. Want to update the 5-year capital improvement plan, which that's my responsibility. We do need to repair the roofs at the shop and office buildings, and just overall we're improving the reliability of the main canal is a main goal. Looking longer term, we need to go up country in this area that Daryl was talking about, how worried about access and getting in there and worried about the ditch being able to function. We need to improve the reliability of that facility. I mean, it's how every drop of water we serve comes through that canal. And so without that canal, we can't provide water to anything. Moving on to water resources, our accomplishments and responsibilities, overall responsibilities are regulatory compliance. It really is a regulatory position. So responsibility for quarterly annual monitoring reporting for the wastewater zone. Inspections for the wastewater zone is required by the state. We've maintained a consistent presence in the wastewater zone this year. He's also responsible for annual water rights reporting, keeping the sanitary sewer management plan updated, keeping our customer forms and correspondence updated, and then all the deferred maintenance on the disposal field, tank cleaning, manholes, pipe inspections. So it's regulatory, and then part of that is also maintaining the facilities that we have in that zone. And lastly, we've got review of wastewater rates and fees, which is a project that's underway right now.
By the way, for everybody in the audience, in our notes that Janice is taking, we'll have all of these hooked onto the notes. So you have
Slides?
yes.
Steve,
that reminds me, I do have handouts on this. Should I hand them out? I forgot. I forgot. I do have them, but they will go on the website. Yeah, they'll go on the website as part of the packet.
Okay.
On
good.
Tuesday, whenever.
All right.
Power back.
All right.
Reports. Steve, did you hear that question?
No.
Under reports.
I think it'll just go in the packet. I'll update the packet link. Yeah. And so the positions in this group, there's 2. There's the water resource manager, Adam Brown, and then a technician, Brian Wool. So Brian's the guy who does the day-to-day inspections out in the wastewater zone and is responsible for making sure the system is maintained and running properly. And then the goals for those guys, at least in the near and short long term, completing those diversion gauging improvements, securing financing and starting the AMR project, getting inspector certification for the technician so that he has, improving his education and knowledge and training in the zone. We need to do a lift station upgrade, so we need to do evaluation, figure out exactly what the scope of that will be. And then something new that just started that they're working on right now is there's now these new lead sampling requirements in schools. So in response to the Flint, Michigan issues, the state, first they took a kind of a passive approach, like telling the schools, hey, if your water lines are older than this, you need to ask the district to come do sampling for you. Well, now they've mandated, no, the district needs to proactively go out and sample for you for lead. So we're complying, we're developing a plan to comply with that. That's something new that just happened.
Steve, who's doing the inspector certification?
That'd be for Brian.
For Brian, right, but
yeah.
Is it the state or is it the county?
That'll be
a
through
local
this.
vendor?
I'm not sure how he's getting that done, to be honest. There's a number of venues. We work member of the California Rural Water Association, so I imagine that's going to be a big piece of it. But Daryl's looking, maybe he knows.
Right now, there is no state certification for wastewater unless you're a wastewater treatment plant operator. The only one that I've seen offered yet is called NAWT, National Wastewater Transporters. You can go to a class, a 2-day class, and get certified through them, and then stay up on it every 2 years. And Rinco does a lot of classes, but they don't do the certifications.
Probably not only under millimeters and stuff, but
through this really fast, so that's it for the water resources side.
Blows your mind, doesn't
and
it?
then I have finance and management analyst Christina Process here. I was hoping she could talk to us about this to give my voice a break for a while.
So the accomplishments that we've had basically in about the last year, and responsibilities for the department that I oversee, is preparing the annual operating budget. We're trying to track revenues and expenditures more on a month-to-month basis rather than a quarterly mid-year. We're reporting the monthly expenditures and fund balances to the board in a new report that is hopefully a little bit more understandable to the board and the public. Preparing quarterly budget to actual reports to the board. In conjunction with the board goals last year, we've updated the website to not only comply with the new state regulations, but to some of the goals on the certificates that they are trying to accomplish. We've upgraded our phone system, created a low-income rate assistance program, as well as I've been the one overseeing and managing the low-income rate assistance program.
What is the how wide is that low rate assistance program? How many does that include?
Currently we have approximately 300 people
300?
participating.
Okay.
Yeah. 300? It's approximate. I can't give you an exact number
Well, that's
right
up
now.
from the 180 said.
Wow.
The resources that I have right now in admin and finance is 4 positions would be mine. I have a full-time staff and accounts payable. We have newly created more of a utility billing position, and then we are hoping to eventually soon have a full-time position in our customer service or accounts receivable position.
I'll just note that it says right now that's a temporary person. She is full time, but it's a temp, so it's not a district employee, it's an agency.
And the goals that I pretty much am gearing towards is acquiring new and implementing new accounting and billing software. We're hoping that this can go hand in hand with the AMR, make things go a little bit smoother. Update our late fee policy, update our leakage consideration policy, pursue the certification as the District of Distinction from the SDLS, and then hire a full-time employee for a customer service position.
Joe, as finance consultant on this, where are the problems? You know, we had an approach where we talked about engineering had their gaps and their places where there'd be emergencies. Where do you anticipate the needs in the future are going to be for finance?
It's upgrading to the new software. Okay, you know, the system you have was great for the 90s. That's the previous century.
90s?
Yeah, it was in the 90s that
Okay.
software was implemented in.
Okay.
It's almost 30 years old. It's not robust at all. It does the debits and credits, and it ties out, but there's no active financial management applications from it. Obviously, the new systems, it'll take time to implement it and to interact with your project accounting and everything. Right now, a lot of things are done on spreadsheets, and it all should be wrapped up into the new software. And there'll be a change for the staff, and it's something that's long overdue. You know, and partly is there's districts like you are challenged getting the right staffing. You have a geographic challenge. People are not going to drive. You don't have a big labor pool to draw from.
Yeah.
You're remote, and so you have to be lean and mean on your staff, and then you have to outsource for what they can't do. You know, and everyone's feeling the challenge. The technology is there. It is going to cost you, but you get to spread it over several years. And also your policies and practices will change once you have the tools. You don't even have the financial tools right now. and you'll be getting it once you implement it. But that'll put a burden on your existing staff.
Right.
Because you don't have any spare staff to do the installation, implementation, and the training. And that'll be important to get there.
I was gonna ask, there's not a training feature in here.
For the new software?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's always constant training in
Right.
all of
Oh,
our
I'm sure, I'm sure.
departments. Almost a daily training
Yeah.
for all of the staff in the department. Another thing that I did want to mention, we did go out to bid for accounting software a few months ago, but with our new purchasing policy, we only had 2 people that actually responded to our RFP, so we weren't able to move forward. So it is taking us a little bit more time, being that we are a small district. There aren't a lot of people out there that are wanting to take on the responsibility of new software for us. We did just finish our second round of RFP yesterday, and I did acquire 3 bids. So we will be going through those, within the next week or so, and then bringing something forward to you guys.
Excuse me, Dave one?
So I just had a question. Have you considered going out for a RFP or RFQ rather than purchasing this software, having a contracting this service to some larger company that has a web-based service, and that they would just provide these services to you, and you would pay them on a contract basis? Have you considered that as an alternative to purchasing, owning, and operating the software?
We've tried doing having things hosted, but we can't, being where we're at. It's a little bit harder to get something like that, and we did actually have, I believe, a bigger company that was trying to outsource a lot of the different things, not actually purchasing software, and they were way sky high on what they wanted to charge the district.
Your challenge is you have a very small customer base, and your options are just more limited. There are lots of applications that you can purchase. I mean, there are small, there are providers that can provide something for your size, but you have to go through the screening process to make sure you can meet your needs. You guys are rather unique in what you do. It's just not water, it's raw water. And then it's not just water, it's also some sanitary wastewater on top of that.
Wow.
So,
I mean, where I was going with my question is, just contract out the accounting services 100%. Hire a company that has very powerful software and is far more capable in its capability than what we need, but we would just contract some services from them to accomplish what we need, as opposed to purchasing and operating our own system. Have you considered that, and is that an option?
We haven't evaluated that.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball of wax. You still need the customer service, because they
I
do
understand
writing things in the office.
But I mean, you might. I mean, I would suggest you might investigate that, so you can do an A to B comparison.
It's not a bad idea.
Because we're such a small company, we're gonna have a hard time paying and operating our own system.
Right.
Whereas a big company, this would be something they could do and just, charge us a monthly fee.
Mike has some comments on that.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you were at some of them. We discussed this with the finance committee as well as when we were going over the bids for it. And one of the things we were worried about with the bigger system is when you have a cookie cutter system, we may end up in the same problem as we are now with MOM. So we want to have something that is actually customized and dedicated to what our needs are, so we're not stuck with having to rely totally on that outside contractor. One that has more resilience in what we're able to do, where once the staff is trained, they can run it by themselves. So that was one of the other concerns to think about as well.
One of the other things we talked about on the finance committee when dealing with the RFP is what we call proof of concept. So no matter which type of vendor or contract service you use, we have those contractors or those vendors bring in their wares using our data and our systems to show us what they can do under our conditions, and then usually those proof of concepts also come along with a question and answer period where you could ask that vendor, what if we need a component for training? What if we need a component for support? What if we need a component for this or that? So it's a perfect opportunity to see what exactly that software would do under our conditions and our restrictions and limitations. So hopefully that's something we can consider as well, no matter which way we end up going on this.
It sounds like we're not actually considering or investigating the option that I'm suggesting of contracting the entire service out. That isn't something that we hadn't done RFQ out for it, or considering it at this moment.
No. I mean, that's something that I would need direction from the board on. I mean, that's, you're talking about hiring a company to do the job the staff is doing right now.
Yes.
So that's, I mean, that's a bigger issue. That's, I mean, because we do have employees that are part of labor unions, and I mean, that's, you're talking about changing the whole model of how you're delivering your service.
Yeah,
Which,
that's
yeah, I know.
exactly what I'm thinking.
So that, I mean, I'm not gonna advocate one way or another on that. That's gonna be something that the board's gonna have to kind of give me some direction on if that's what you wanna do.
I mean, I'm not
that's a
advocating
total
one way or the
different
other.
delivery
I'm
model.
advocating we evaluate A and A against B,
Yeah.
and then
Dane?
decide.
The state's making it much harder for districts to contract out for services because of what Steve's going on with the labor stuff. So that in itself is harder. The districts, I can tell you, across Northern California are looking at this. They're struggling with it as well. I'm not aware of there actually being a ton of accounting firms who are willing to jump in and do, like, just take over accounting. And there's auditing firms, obviously, who do the audits, but in terms of doing that type of work, I don't see a lot of them jumping up to do that. So, but it's a bigger thing as the labor thing.
Yeah, Michael? Yeah.
One thing I could add, the meeting that I was at Wednesday about with Cabby and the interregional water management, what they were thinking of doing is creating like regional resource centers and county community hubs where one big like EID has a FTE for accounting, let's say, so where they have the justification to hire a person that has the full time, but it's part-time with all the different water districts, so we don't have to pay the full time. We just pay the portion we need, and we could contract out different stuff where there's a full-time employee that's responsible for the entire county, but the entire salary is not set on one water district. So that's one thing we could look at.
That seems like a real good. I mean, I'm just looking at suggesting other alternatives than what we're pursuing, so the board could have a menu of options to look at.
It's a good idea.
There are other things, again, special districts across Northern California, a lot of them contract with the county to do that, and a lot of your complaints are, we can't, that staff are stretched thin. They've got a number of special districts that they're trying to manage, that they're trying to be in touch with, and all the questions that we're going to have, we're going to expect ours to be answered immediately, and that's not the way that it actually works.
So it's gonna impact customer service.
Right.
I got it. It's gonna make it worse.
I don't want it to be worse than it is.
Okay.
It might not be nirvana.
That's not true at all. And I think Christina and VTD actually do put on quite a bit of stuff for us. So I think it's wrong to say that it's bad now to be worse than it is. It's not bad.
No, I was referring to, it could be worse if we went to this other model, and because we wouldn't have access to this data very quickly.
Well, when I went worse, I meant you were telling me we're in cutting edge 1990s technology. We can't possibly go to 1970s.
Right.
I mean, we could improve on our
What's really interesting, I've been in this business 39 years. Back in the 70s and 80s, actually government agencies regionalized a lot of services. And when I was in Southern California working in San Dimas, we were part of MDS, which is it was an IT arrangement with the city of Anaheim. And they outsourced their IT to other municipalities and water districts. And it was very robust. You could sign up just for utility billing and cash receiving. And it was a joint thing. That went away when you got into mid-80s, late 80s, and it disappeared. Now we're going back full circle, back to that regionalization of services for IT. So it's just a matter of time before all of this rearranges, and it's not because of just the technology advantage. You can't find staff to do this. The staff doesn't exist. in the professional ranks, it's shrinking because of technology. You know,
I understand perfectly.
there's nobody to promote up to an associate engineer, I mean a lead engineer. Why? Because the associate engineer positions no longer exist anymore because the CAD software does it today.
It's
Same
entirely
thing.
possible you could go and buy some software, and we would not be able to hire qualified people in Georgetown to operate it. And if we did, they would quickly get poached because there's zero unemployment.
Yeah,
So there's a whole bunch of issues.
someone will steal them like
Yeah,
Oklahoma
exactly.
City.
So that's where I'm
We're
going with
that
this.
person.
You know, we might be on a path to build something that we'll have a very hard time staffing. And it's a model that maybe doesn't work in the 21st century. And the only thing that I'm suggesting is that we should consider these different things at this point, as opposed to just going down one path that we currently are, because there may be some other models that not only would work, but might work better in the future for the very issues you're pointing out. That's all I'm suggesting, is that we kind of give ourselves that menu of options as opposed to just the path that we're on.
Steve, do you want to break and do human resources when we come back?
What's next? Yeah, so that we can do the next stuff after lunch, yes.
Yes, let's do that.
Yeah.
All right. The plan is, Steve, help us out. Going to have an open thing. We're coming back at come back at 1:20 because it's 1:25 now.
Okay.
Okay. Can leave things here.
Take a lunch break.
Yep.
Okay.
I guess I'd just take a minute. I want to thank everyone for participating. I got a conflict, so I'm probably not going to be returning after lunch. So
Thanks, Dave.
Glad I could participate. Stir up some stuff.
I hope that you take one more swap. The time I've been trying to feed is quite a bit excessive. So I think it goes both ways. It's almost
the thing is that
too. But there's definitely
that was it.
Good. Let it go to other people in front of me as well.
If you're on Mark C, I point to the public accountability goes both ways. I'm like, they're up here, but don't be done as you're going to get the vote as our representative.
I'm sorry, but Dave Morgan, there's nobody interviewed back in the afternoon. Nope. Not my office.
So should I be adjourned?
So we'll Steve, let's pick
No,
up
she's not going to.
right where we left off in terms of administration and human resources function.
Okay. Yeah.
And you're going to pinch hit for the HR director, manager.
Yeah, Stephanie is I think at a women's conference like she had planned a long time ago, so I couldn't attend it today.
All right.
So I'm gonna do my best. But these were accomplishments.
Can you talk in a little higher voice, please?
No.
I mean, if you're going to take the place. All right.
Cannot.
All right, never mind.
The accomplishments, responsibilities of the HR manager, management of timekeeping system, processing payroll, processing retiree benefits, coordinating training for all the staff and directors, managing personnel files. So that's kind of a big picture.
Basic.
Yeah. And it is one person, so she doesn't have any direct admin support or anything. It's a one-man show.
What does she do in IT?
In IT, it's managing our consultant contract with the guy who does the IT services directly. So we have one guy who comes in as needed to do the actual nuts and bolts IT work. But her responsibility is to, and this is, I'm going to say going to because she's new to this. You guys know we just created this position this year, and she just started doing this a few months ago. So, but it's managing all the computer technology hardware. So any computers we have, network, all that stuff, that's going to be your responsibility to manage and make sure it's up to date. So that's, if you get to the goals, that's some of the goals we talk about. And here's is D, they're evaluating network computer system replacing outdated equipment because you guys haven't all been in there, but it's kind of eye-opening when you go look at the equipment in there and how the network's set up. And we're like the rest of the divide, that broadband access is poor, and so we don't have super fast internet. It's subject to outages quite frequently, and right now the power goes out and everything's dead. We have no battery backup isn't working the right way it's supposed to. we don't have a generator backup for the building. So that won't be her responsibility, but as far as managing the network and computer systems, it needs to be evaluated and make sure it's complies with how you run a government agency. Because it looked to me, my first few months there, like,
yeah,
this looks like I'd set up my home internet or my home network. I mean, this looks, I mean, I think it's a little better than that, but it's still, you know, it's
Steve,
it's small enough that it makes me think, you know, we need to pay attention to this, really evaluate if we're doing the best thing we can for our customers.
What can you do to improve internet? Is there anything at all up here?
No. I mean, I've heard rumor that somebody put a fiber line in to the school, which is just across the street from us.
There is.
I don't know why we don't have a drop from that. I don't know.
And it broke. That was, remember when they put in the line, it broke one of our water pipes that we had to fix in there. But
what?
There was a mandate in where they had to put Google Fiber to all of the county, and certain schools have it. So we have fiber that runs through us, but we don't have access to it.
You don't have
Those were done under grants from Obama when he was in office, and so those grants have already been consumed, and it was to bring high-speed internet to rural areas. For the first priority was for school and government and county buildings, and then that grant money ran out, and then they wanted to go on and provide it to residential areas. Cherry Acres got it. I had high speed at my house, and what they ended up doing was going to contracts with a couple of the local providers for people that are on hilltops to do line of sight. So I'm on the hilltop, so I'm helping probably 10 or 12 of my neighbors who are down lower than me get line of sight. Several of homes at Cherry Acres are like that. So we're part of the rest of the grant money that was available to do that.
Is there any government agency around?
So El Dorado County government is planning on putting a ballot measure up in 2020 for the voters to vote on whether we want a public utility for broadband, because that's about the only way to put the competition in there, so that AT&T and Comcast starts going out to the areas where they're not going to. So by adding that other option is probably the only way we're going to be able to do it.
So the answer is you're stuck.
We're stuck for the time being. Yeah.
That's awful.
I was told too that it's very expensive to pull the permits to pull more lines across the ravine. They're going to try to pull more telephone lines and more high fiber optic lines across, but they're having trouble getting the permits, getting the secret stuff. And it's very expensive. And
that's why public would be better, because we'll be able to get more funding from state and federal.
I was just going to ask on the implementation of electronic timekeeping. Where have you started? You know, what's the starting place? Was it all manual?
Yeah. So it started paper time cards.
Okay.
You know, filled by hand by the crew guys once a week, and then Stephanie would take it and enter it into the spreadsheet, which then she would cut and paste an ADP.
You know, it'd be helpful. Some of these are very clear projects. Do you have an idea how long that's going to take to complete that kind of a project?
Yeah, so the electronic time, we're well on our way for electronic timekeeping. We've now at least gotten to the payroll processing being online. So for a long time that was kind of manual too. So now I can review and approve payroll over the internet, which is much easier for us. I don't have to sign in time cards. And then the actual timekeeping, we just did a training Thursday, on how we are in the process of pushing it out to people on their smartphones so they can clock in on their phone and clock out for lunch on their phone, that kind of stuff. So that's going to be something within the next few months we'll accomplish that one.
When we do get the automated water system, will that come under IT as well?
The meter reading system.
Skated.
Well, the meter readings, because right now that's all done by hand, and we have a whole archive of hand-read water.
Yeah, I suppose it will. I mean, they will. You know, IT manager may be responsible how that integrates to our system. And that really needs to integrate more with billing. So I think like Christina would be more management analyst and finance, and Joe's team would be more involved in how do we integrate the finance software with the AMR. That's going to be critical too. They'll have to all work together. You know, we get a small enough group that it's pretty, coordination and stuff is not too hard.
Steve, I'm sorry. One more question. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
Well, the timekeeping that you're doing now electronically and you're making the improvements into how you're doing the timekeeping, will that feed in any way to ADP, to payroll, so that it'll help minimize some of the work that you're doing to get information to them and information back from them to you?
Yep. it's their system, they are the ones that operate it. So it's their own online.
It's gonna be more accurate and everything.
Yeah, so that's, it's kind of scary when you think about, you're doing it by paper and stuff, and labor compliance, and having to make sure everyone is getting paid for the program on overtime, and to make sure they're taking breaks when they're supposed to. And when these are hourly employees, and so labor laws are pretty strict on it. And right now, the paper system really isn't compliant. I mean, I don't know that anybody would complain about it, but
I mean, it was pretty concerning when your ops guy, and he said this last year, operations guy was saying, I haven't had a vacation in a year because he's on call so much. That's a little concerning, in terms of just wearing some people out. When it takes time, where we have that discussion today, is when we have the discussion about, okay, in your hierarchy of, if you could hire 1 or 2 people and you have 4 on your list, what's the priority? That becomes concerning.
So I won't read the rest of them. The only other one that I think is important is updating the personnel manual, which is something that I started, and I think it had started well before me and been kind of floundering around for a while, so really need to wrap that up. So that'll be Stephanie's major goals next year to get that done. So that's it for HR and IT, and then I have a couple slides about my responsibilities as general manager. And again, it's not just me, it's anybody that would sit in my chair. The overall responsibility is lead the organization. So that's what I spend a lot. I mean, everything I do kind of pinpoints on that, is leading the organization. Overall responsibility for all work of the district. So everything we do falls under my responsibility to make sure it's done. Assisting the board in accomplishing the mission of the district. So I also serve as the clerk. I'm the official clerk and secretary of the board. Chief administrative officer. Enforce all rules, regulations, policies. This year, in the last 2 years, I've been the one preparing the annual budget. Now, management analyst will be taking it on. I mean, it's going to be, last year was kind of a team effort. This year, she's really going to take a lead role in that.
So is that on clerk of the board? And is she going to pick some of that up?
No. I mean, that part-time, another part-time retired person is doing that. So I'm the official clerk. I'm the one that has to sign the resolutions and sign anything that's official documents. I have to sign it because I'm the official clerk. But as a board assistant, Diana is the one who helps. She puts the packets together for me and coordinates the noticing and posting.
So maybe this is the place to talk about it. But it's like one of the requests has come through is like, since you have a meeting once a month, is there a possibility of putting out the board agenda a little earlier than what you're currently doing it, so they have more time to study it and read it as opposed to just the weekend? How does that fit into this?
It's hard because we're a small staff, and I have to review every staff report, and the person who does the board assistant is here part-time, retired, and so I get her half a day, not even every day of the week. She doesn't work Fridays and things like that. So to get things out earlier would require a lot of effort.
Well, it's not the effort; it's the expense. It's the expense.
Resources, yeah.
Right.
You have to hire, and I have to hire a full-time person, or she was not the right person. So we're not staffed to do that. I mean, that's the short answer. I mean, and I know, I think I've talked to a couple of folks in the room about this. Is 72 hours is the minimum for those postings.
Yes.
Which would be Saturday.
Yes.
At 2 o'clock, and we get them out on Fridays at 2 o'clock, and we try to get it on Thursdays. So because Diana's not here Friday, so if we slip, we don't get it posted Thursday, then Christine and I have to do it on Friday, which happens every other time usually, or more often than I like right now. That's it.
Steve, is there a way to back that up to Wednesday so she has Thursday to finish it and get it out?
Back what up to Wednesday?
Have her target date be Wednesday, and then if she doesn't get it done, it goes out Thursday. Is it a matter of just backing it up and replanning and reprogramming her to do?
I just don't think we can do it.
The same task on a different day?
I don't think we have the time to do it. I mean, I don't think we can do it. And I think there are problems, organizationally and doing things like that, like making a false deadline for ourselves to get it out early. Because what if something changes, or we find new information, or something is wrong, we need to correct it? Then I have, then I'm like, okay, it was a more window, like, oh, I got till Friday now to redo a staff report. And so then now there's multiple versions of staff reports floating around, multiple versions of resolutions, and it's just, I don't know, it really makes things challenging, because now there's a fluid window there between Wednesday and Friday, or Saturday now, which we're not gonna work on Saturday, so between Wednesday and Friday, there's this window that's kind of, like I put an agenda in a packet, and then something comes up, and we find some things we wanna correct, and so now, and especially if it's out there in the public, I get a phone call from a board member or something, hey, can't you correct this? Well, I guess, yeah, I can, because I have till Friday at 2 o'clock to correct it. So, all right, well, we're going to go back and correct it now. Now I got 2 versions of a staff report out there. And then, I don't think it's good practice to do that.
But mainly, not just an organizational issue. You're resisting primarily because it's also a staffing issue.
It is a staffing issue, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm very comfortable with 72 hours.
Well, and you're getting 96 right now. So.
It's a weekend, so I have to hit you up on the weekend with any information.
Right.
You basically have Monday to do
right.
all the changes.
Right.
That's right.
That's the bad.
It puts all the board members on a squeeze.
Yeah.
Okay.
And doesn't the public have to look at that too, so that they can pull items off that,
It has to go out to everybody. When I put it out to the board members, it's got to go to the public.
Yeah.
It's only the first month that you're going to have a short 3.5 week. The next month you're going to have 4 weeks. It's only the first time you do it that it should shorten it would be the challenge.
It's the time between one meeting and the next meeting. So it's going to be short every time, because some action hinges on the board's meeting, prior meeting. So like, I'm trying to think of an example, but even a budget, if you get a draft budget in the March meeting, then or April meeting, when you come back at the May meeting, so I'm shortening it down now. I have 4 weeks in between board meetings, and I got to get the packet out 3 weeks. So 3 weeks to get the next packet done. Now you're gonna say, well, no, it should be 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
If there's, if it follows the next meeting,
right,
that's where you run into the problem.
Yeah.
Because I can't.
Right. Okay.
I think there's other ways to address those concerns.
County has a lot more staff than us.
Yeah.
So.
GDPUD do they do 7?
They have a lot more staff than us too.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I got a bunch more. So I think some of these we covered already. I prepared the 5-year capital improvement plan because there was no engineering group. I this year negotiated MOUs with Local 39 and Local 1. And even with the HR manager, she's represented by one of those groups, by Local 1. So I think we talked about this before, is that I'm the only employee not represented by a bargaining unit at the district.
So you have to do the negotiations?
I have to do the negotiations.
How about your attorney?
Yes, they get involved. So
okay.
this year is me and the attorney.
So is Local 1 completed?
Yeah, we did both those this year.
Are they on the website?
Yeah.
Never heard of them.
We reported that.
We did the RFP for the public outreach consultant. We talked about that earlier. I selected the consultant that started design for main canal lining and water main replacement projects. I created a staff and human resource position. I'm responsible for preparing and probably noticing the board agendas, packets, and minutes, which I have a half-time person helping out with. And then the resources, again, 1 full-time, 1 part-time temp. My goals, and these are mainly the goals, because that's my job, is to implement the board's goals. So
right.
Most of my goals are the ones you guys adopted last year when we did this. Engaging experts, develop an annual communication strategy, development of a comprehensive asset management plan. That goal is begin it, doesn't mean we have to finish it, but we need to start it. Update emergency response plans, ensure disaster preparedness. That's delegated.
By the way, is that Steve, an ongoing thing for the next few years, or is that going to have a completion date?
Well, asset management is an ongoing effort. So it's something you develop a plan, and then you have to. It's a living document, so you have to continually do it. So you got to update it every year to reflect any changes in your assets, any changes, any improvements you've done or rehab you've done, you need to continually update that. So that will always be a goal. It'll just change from begin development to manage or maintain your asset management plan.
That's also called asset.
Your emergency response plans, just disaster preparedness, that's delegated to operations manager. One of the goals was to hire a full-time engineer to manage projects during the last budget cycle. The board said not to do that, and to instead hire a contract person, consultant to do that, which I have not made substantial progress on. And then update and adopt board policies is a goal that we have for this coming up year. And a couple more that have come up that I've been working on that are important to the security of the district's water supply is this, make sure we're a participant or involved in these new settlement agreements that are coming up for the Upper American River watershed. So this is one was the Bay Delta Water Quality Management Plan they just did. And so that same model is going to go forward to all the watersheds the Regional Water Board manages. So Upper American River will follow at some point in time. So I've been involved with discussions with PCWA because they're the big player in that agreement to make sure that if they do a settlement agreement, we get at least they don't forget about us and we can tag along with it. We don't want to be out on our own negotiating with the water board. That's just no way we can. There's no way that ends well for us. And then lastly is initiating a water systems master plan, which we don't have a full master plan that shows here's what everything is and here's what you need to do. So we really need a master plan that shows. I'm particularly worried about in that aspect, fire flows and pressures, and make sure we got tanks in the right places. And I think there's a number of improvements I can see already that we'd like to make to how the system operates to make the system more robust, especially in terms of how we're using tanks.
So I'm looking at those.
Yes, sir.
Steve, as you go along, I'm thinking about if we don't, let's say the board decides not again to have a full-time engineer, then that puts all of those on what I call a slow walk. Many of those projects, which kind of looks like no progress,
right,
or very little progress.
Right.
So the board's going to really be making a decision about what takes a priority project-wise and what isn't. So those projects, all 7 of them, look to be, you can't piecemeal them, I guess, like initiate a water system master plan, send that out to somebody?
You can send it out, and you can hire a consultant to do it. Whenever you hire consultants, you need to make sure you have a project manager managing them. So that takes time and resources as well. I can't just hand someone something and say, go do it. Someone's got to be on them, following up, feeding information.
Okay.
And Steve, your update and adopt board policies, is that focused just on board policies, or is that the overall water district policies? For example, inactive meter policy.
Yeah, those are
policy.
I'm talking strictly about board policies. I think because that's what the board adopted in the last goal setting we did. I think if you go back to the finance slides, there are goals in there related to all admin policies and procedures. So that is something we want to do. I guess she didn't list them all in there. Yeah, update late fee, leakage consideration. But as is right now, I don't think we have the resources to tackle full-on evaluate every single policy procedure we have.
One of the things, though, that you had recommended last year was a full-time administrative services person. That would have been their job?
Yeah.
Okay. Seems like it's a pretty clear demarcation between administrative projects versus engineering projects. And so you're part-timing both.
Yes. Okay. And I think a good example to highlight now is that we're talking about this is, so I'm managing the projects for this main canal lining that we're trying to do this year.
Right.
And the board awarded the contract, and also for the those 2 water lines in the LT that we're going to replace. And I'm I'm gonna struggle here real quick on getting those moving any rate of speed because of the effort we're spending to go back and evaluate the capital replacement program that was in the rate study. So this is getting to the lawsuit. So dealing with the lawsuit is now starting to take time away from me being able to deliver these projects. So I have to figure out how am I going to do that. And some things I have to.
But that's real time. That's real time. You have to count into your weekly schedule.
My daily schedule.
Yeah. So part of the decision making we'll want to take a look at today is again setting some priorities, because it is going to take some percentage of your time just by necessity. Okay. All right.
Okay. That's all I got.
Okay.
You don't need that other right hand to turn off.
Good. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna push those buttons.
So Dane, give me a little bit of history on the decision. It's like we have, as I recall, we have 3 positions. If there are 3 needed positions that you're looking at in this year's budget as amounts to employees, it's engineer, administrative services. There was a third one. What was it?
Office assistant.
Office assistant?
Yeah, that would be primarily supporting engineering,
okay,
and also some support to the general manager.
So that they're not doing secretarial work.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not like the grant reimbursements or loan draws or just entering data, spreadsheets, things like that.
So budget-wise, we have a better budget than last year. Help me out a little bit on budget. Are we better off this year budget-wise than we were this time last year?
Haven't started yet, so.
Yeah,
but
I'd say so generally.
Would you say? So let me ask you: is it in the ballpark to consider you may have an opportunity to hire one position, or not? Somehow to improve the efficiency of getting some of these projects done.
The question always comes up with that is it's a double-edged sword. So it's the CalPERS liability with hiring the person versus contracting out. So I mean, there's probably going to come a time when we're actually have enough capital project programs going throughout the year where we'll have to move towards probably hiring the engineer.
In your mind, when you take a look at those priorities today, what makes the most sense for you?
It all depends on
we've been talking
it all
about
depends
here.
on funding.
Okay.
If the funding's coming primarily from us, then that's going to take away from the ability to hire someone. Whereas anytime we can supplement our funding with grants or any other programs, then that helps us have more money to get that extra person. Because right now with the rate increase, it's going to be we really have to manage every dollar to make sure we're maximizing all the projects that we need for the future and to maintain our operations and repair and make sure we have enough to keep building up our reserve. So that's the balance.
You're pretty articulate, but I didn't understand what you said. Now, what I'm thinking is you're on this year, correct me if I'm wrong, it's like you're on a steady stream of income right there because you're not going to increase it. Isn't that true?
This year, yeah, we're going to be the same as we were last year, which is still more than we were last time with the rate increase. So I mean.
Okay. So we're going to be even.
But our costs are going up, though. So
yes.
We're not.
Oh.
Yeah. So I mean, it will go up every year for the next 4 years.
Maybe.
Okay. Do we have an estimate of what our average costs are per year going up? Do we know that from history?
I didn't bring it. It's
you can figure inflation pretty easily, right? 3%.
Is that 3%?
That's what we've been assuming is 3.5%.
That's what most of my districts are assuming. But you're kind of an anomaly, so I didn't know. Small district like this, I don't know. Maybe it's more or less.
Yeah, it's about the same.
Okay.
To answer your question, I was going to ask the question, what was the priority in terms of if you had one of those positions?
Yeah, if you have one of those positions, what in your judgment is the priority in this? Because they're clearly different. There's the administrative side of it, where I want the efficiencies, the reporting, and so forth. And administrative services, something is far different than an assistant.
To me, it's pretty clear. It's the engineer side of it. That's what we need. We said that we were going to do more projects for infrastructure expenditures. We had Daryl just talk here about the significant needs throughout the system. Someone has to manage those projects, manage the contracts, everything that goes along with that, so that we can deliver what we said we were going to do. And so that was the main thing. I mean, the board's decision was to not go forward last year with the actual hiring an engineering manager. I didn't think the contract way was the best way to go, but that's the way it went. So to me, it is clear. It's the engineer, so that we can actually do some of these projects that we know that we have.
Well, it seems, is it in your judgment that the community is looking at projects getting done more than administration stuff getting done?
I think so.
Dave, what's your thinking?
I agree.
You think it's projects getting done?
Now?
By engineer.
By an engineer? You mean in the future? Yes.
This year.
Oh,
I'm
this
thinking.
year.
Yeah, this year. It's what I'm looking at, because you're going to have some budget studies to see if you can afford anything, obviously.
Yeah, I don't want to get. I know Steve needs help in the office, but I don't want to get overly heavy with office employees. I'd rather see boots on the ground.
Okay.
So I'd like to see engineer. Yes. You said you didn't want a full-time engineer, or you did?
I did.
You did. Okay. It's hard to say. I'd like to see just a part-time engineer, but get some more boots on the ground outside instead of the office. But I can understand what Steve's going through. So there's a fine line there. Very fine line.
But at the same point with that, like if you get a full-time engineer and still need to maybe do a part-time office admin, because we'd like to be able to get the board packets and stuff.
You want it all.
You
want it all.
So if we have all these policies that are also need to be in place, so it's all tied in. So
Right. Cindy.
I think we do need more. I'm citing for the engineer side. It seems in watching the staff levels change over the last year and a half, we've seen the majority of the capital that we receive from the Bright increase go to pay for labor. When you look at the budget, we're spending $1 million on labor, which means that we have taken money out of reserves to do capital improvement projects, and that's not sustainable.
Right.
So there needs to be a balance, I think, between the amount of admin staff we have and the amount of boots we have on the ground. And if we have a full-time engineer and we don't have enough boots on the ground, we're still not going to get the projects done. So if we hire an engineer certain times for certain projects when it's needed, we save all the CalPERS expenses, the workers' comp insurance, all of the expenses and benefits that go along with a full-time position. We get the work done, and we hire, again, part-time staff or seasonal staff to get the boots on the ground when they're needed. Like, for example, during irrigation season, one of the issues I heard from Daryl Creeks when I got a chance to talk to him when he took Ken Pauley and I out on a tour was the fact that he's concerned that he and his staff don't have a long enough season to get some of their projects accomplished, because part of that season is taken up with ditch maintenance, which doesn't allow them any time to work on projects. So the general manager has a particular complex set of issues to deal with him of how does he manage getting the projects done, how does he manage the budget so that he can get the projects done, and how does he manage what staff to do what part in that. Is that contracted staff? Is that hired staff? So it's a particular challenge. It's tough. It's tough because we're a small district, and it is hard to find competent, qualified people to fill positions, to fill vacancies. So we have a particular challenge here, but if I had to lean for one way or the other, it would be more of the engineering and the boots on the ground to get more infrastructure projects started and accomplished and on some type of a schedule, a project schedule to get that accomplished. I think we all feel in this room from what we heard Darryl Creek say today is he's band-aiding things together now. Potential outages are imminent. And you get to the point where you have more forced outages than you do improvements, and all you're doing is running around fixing things that break all the time, which is a reactive mode. I'd rather see us get ourselves to a point where we budget wisely and smartly with finances and with boots on the ground and staff, so that we can be proactive rather than reactive.
And people have been saying that for years. So actually doing it though, and being willing to invest in the organization to do it is a whole other story.
Right.
It's just a platitude to say that we need to be proactive about it. Like, yeah, no kidding.
Right.
I've said that for 4 years.
Right.
So let's, actually start doing it.
Well,
that'd be good.
Isn't the board kind of in a double bind here? It seems like you're cutting, you're holding the money level for this year, and yet you're making more money than last year. So it's kind of like a wait and see attitude. Is that what it is?
No, I think what we're doing right now is we're on a process and hopefully the goal will be of the eventual end of this process is we actually take a look at validating the asset list, because we have an asset list currently that has things in it we don't own.
Okay.
And if the rates were based on that, then the rates were based on assets we don't own.
Yeah, but going forward, what you do know, you can focus on what you do know, and your answers to what's on there that you're not agreeing with will be found out shortly by your experiences.
Correct. And then we evaluate that information and provide direction to the general manager to proceed forward from there, whatever that decision is.
So what's your sense, Steve, what is your choice? If you have one choice of an employee, would it be engineer?
Yes.
Okay. Unequivocally?
Unequivocally.
Okay.
Well, maybe equivocally. I mean,
what does that mean?
I don't know. So here's the thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think that's what the district needs.
Yeah.
I think that's because I think you don't want to have your GM managing projects. I mean, you don't. I mean, I can do it. I have a lot of experience with it. I'm good at it. I like it.
Yeah.
So, and I'm an engineer, so I mean, I can do it. That's no problem. But I don't think it's the best thing for the district. I think the board needs to have a general manager that's focused on being a general manager, and you need to have someone who's looking out for the leadership of the organization and not spending his time managing projects. That's why I think best serve the district to hire an engineer. I would be happy with any of them, quite frankly. I mean, I could make any three of them work, but I don't think that's what's best for the district. I think if you're looking at what the district needs, regardless of who's in the general manager seat, I think that's an engineer.
But I hear part of the approach avoidance in this whole dilemma is getting into more costs with PERS and other things and balancing it. Is there any other way around that unless you hire a full-time contract firm like some firms I know, but they're big districts that do that.
When I was sitting in the audience last year and not on the board, one of the other things to take into consideration is the continuity. So hiring a full-time engineer and getting them in so they could be working while George is here and taking this wealth of knowledge and experience that he has that can move forward will be great than where we start from square one again with a new person. And so that's one of the benefits of doing it that we discussed last time as a finance committee, where this is the cost benefit where you pay more in CalPERS, but you have the continuity and the training, and the long run it benefits the district.
Are we going to reach an impact? Are we going to? What are the issues that are going to get us past the impact of hiring an engineer? If that's one of your A1 goals for your team, what, Steve, do you think is impact? And what's important to the board based on just the 4 ideas you've heard here? What are the obstacles? I mean, you've given your opinion, and if they can't get around to saying, yeah, go ahead and take the risk, then there's got to be some obstacles I need to know about.
I mean, I'm trying to go.
Yeah, what is the fear?
I mean, obstacles to the board. I mean, I know that, what I hear is that, is, everyone said here is we don't wanna look like we're hiring staff and we're spending rate money on staff. And
Right.
we wanna make sure the rates are going towards capital projects and, I think, so that's one, we don't wanna spend rate money on staff. And two
Okay.
is, we don't wanna, have this new PERS obligation. Well, so, the other side of the coin on that is, you have to have a succession planning and you have to have someone deliver projects. So, I mean, that's the other side of that coin is you can't have both. You have to make a decision. Are you gonna fund this position so you can deliver projects and have succession planning? And yeah, it sucks, you gotta pay PERS, but we're a government agency, we gotta pay PERS. I mean, you just gotta eat that one. You don't have, unless you're gonna have a full contract staff and full contract model, you're gonna pay PERS. You just have to. I know people hate it and you wanna argue about it, and we're gonna go complain to the state about it, and we're gonna talk to our elected officials about it, but right now, you have to pay it. And so if you want succession planning, you want institutional knowledge, you wanna deliver capital projects, you need a full-time employee and you're gonna pay PERS.
Well,
and big goal, that's one of the things where I'm probably on board with our general manager in is his succession planning, where we have these operations manager, engineer manager, admin manager, where they can be trained, so sometime in the future one of them can step up to be general manager. And we keep hiring from within instead of having to search and do a whole new search from the beginning and try to get someone who has no idea, no knowledge of the district, none of that, to come in from square one and try and learn anything.
I would assume it takes a while.
So succession plan is also a big selling point for that as well.
It is. An engineer, if we hired a full-time engineer, then that person could help the general manager get his capital improvement projects from the capital improvement project paper itself onto hopefully a project management plan that includes the scope, schedule, and budget, so he can actually get things planned out and actually accomplished. I know, Steve, you've been here a couple of years, and I know you're frustrated that you can't get some traction, you can't get some projects done, and with the limitations that you've had. So that is one benefit of having somebody here full-time that would be integrated into the district and know the district in and out. And if we don't have the opportunity to have that person cross-train with George, if we can't convince him to stay a couple of months to do some training, we'd better do it before Darryl Creeks leaves. And he's made it clear that, you know, he's got his 25 years in here soon, and, you know, he's got retirement on his horizon.
Right.
And to lose that institutional knowledge without having the benefit of being cross-trained to a new person would be just detrimental to the district.
Right. Well, it sounds like both of you are kind of leaning towards that engineer scope if the money's there.
If the money's there.
Okay.
What does other cost?
Engineers are expensive.
Well, it's finding people to be here. And Dave, what would convince you that full-time engineer is interesting, would be the way to go? What would be the convincing factor for you?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not there daily, so I really don't know what Steve's going through. I'm just thinking of the cost, that's all.
Right.
It's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
It's going to be expensive no matter which way we go.
Well, it's going to take a little bit of courage in this political climate to do that for all of you.
Correct. But if the rate study promised 74% to infrastructure, the rest to admin, and we flop that, we need to fix that. Because our infrastructure demands it, unless we're going to continue to be knee-jerk reaction and run around and put Band-Aids on everything all the time.
Right.
With staff who are overworked, underpaid, and don't have enough hours in the day. So it all goes down to planning for me. Planning. Planning is what's going to get us. Reasonable, solid planning is what's going to get us from reactive to proactive. And that planning is going to have to be wise. It's going to have to go in lockstep with finance and what finances can afford.
Right.
And search for funding.
So what about the funding of grants? Steve, what have we got going on possibilities for grants and funding elsewhere? It takes time to go find that money. Are you depending on the board to go do some of that?
No. So, one project is that meter replacement project we talked about. We're trying to get ESRA loan for that. That agency also does grants, and so we've been exploring the possibility of getting a grant for that project for them as well, in lieu of loan. So that's something we're working on. And then the next board meeting, you guys will see an application for a WaterSmart grant to do some some lining or piping of the main canal. This grant, call for projects came out, I think, like 2 weeks ago. And so we are on a phone call this week about it, and that could provide up to $750,000, but it requires 50% local match. So that's the challenge with grants is you want to go after, this is federal money, and you want to go after, when you go after, especially federal money, you want to go after big enough chunks that it makes sense administratively to go after, because they require a lot of administration, and just there's a lot of work, paperwork goes along with them. I mean, this SRF loan application has taken 6 months to get through, and outside resources to get it done, biological assessments. And so those are the type of things you have to do with federal money. So it takes some. So you want to make sure you're biting off a big enough chunk of that money that it makes sense. So you don't want to go after $100,000. It's not worth the administrative effort to do that. But then they always have matching requirements, and some have 20%. That's usually the minimum. A lot of them, especially federal ones, have more like 50%. And so you have to have that money somewhere in an account that you can dedicate towards that project. And that's going to be our challenge with this grant. It's kind of finding a project that's in that sweet spot where we know we have money we can match, and it's still enough, projects big enough that it justifies going after federal dollars. That's the challenge with grants is administratively they're a lot of work, and then you have to make sure you want to make them big enough that they make sense, but then you have to have the match money. So if you don't have cash, you can't get grants.
Steve, what is the mechanism that you see the board going through, because I'm trying to project ahead for the future, of getting to this decision making, of setting some of the priorities, because as you're doing it now, you're taking a myriad of projects assigned to you, and you're making decisions to a little bit here, a little bit, no, yes, a little bit more, and frankly, it looks half-assed. I mean, halfway. It looks like, it's like, that's no way to run a ship. I'm looking at that, and it's like, this doesn't sound right. Help us out in terms of administration, it's like, how do we get over that hump?
How do we get, I mean, just going through like one page of the the engineering stuff, that would take, a couple of meetings to prioritize, all right, which one or two of these can we fit into our budget? So it's a lot of stuff to do, and seeing us doing it at one board meeting
or two
a month is
or even understanding it enough to do it
is going to be a challenge.
It's pretty complex.
Yeah. So I think one of the ways is to take his word about it, but to just say, he's saying it's not efficient too. So he's saying hire an engineer. And you figure out how to get the money. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I mean, so.
I just want to be clear.
Let me elaborate. I mean, it goes to the whole structural organization, right? When I first started here, and you were around last workshop, I think we talked a little bit about it. That I came in and there wasn't any administrative staff basically. I mean, it was me and Daryl, and Stephanie. It was me, Daryl, and Stephanie, really.
Right.
And then, so that was my first thing, was trying to figure out, well, what do we need to make this place run? I mean, what positions do we need? And so that was my own organizational assessment of, here's the pieces we need, and I actually had Joe, who was here earlier, from BTD come in and help me with the finance side, because I don't have a background in finance, and he helped me figure out where these separation of duties you have to have between accounting and billing, and making sure we're not creating some kind of auditable issue that we're going to get dinged for later, like
let's make sure we're complying with all accounting best practices and stuff. So he came in, he got his input, I came up with an org chart. This is what we need to make this place run. But that was all me. And so that's where, when I come back to the board and with these recommendations, this is a lot of like, this is the analysis I did, this is what I'm saying you need. And
okay, well, maybe you've done your part.
Yeah.
You had a comment?
No.
Okay.
I was agreeing.
Huh?
I was just agreeing that he's doing his part.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering if there was anything else, but I think everybody expressing their ideas here is really a good discussion. And if I go back to what Michael has said in the very beginning, it's like it's going to take a real tearing apart of the budget, which you pretty well know already, don't you? Or do you? I'm sorry, I don't know where you are in your budget.
We haven't started the process fairly well, but as I said, I'd like to get, the feedback from what worked last year from all the different staff, so we could also put in as well. Priority-wise, going forward with our capital improvement plan, the number one priority is the main ditch, because if that goes, nobody gets water. So we know that has to be something we do. And then our second project we need to do is the automated water meter reading system, because not only will that help improve revenue with water losses, it'll also help reduce labor, because now we don't have the two people going there, one guy out of a truck reading the number a bunch of times and someone writing it down to make sure it's correct, and then having to transport it down where it's electronically done. That'll save a lot of time and effort. So those are our two big projects that we want to make sure those are going to be funded first.
And Steve, those are on your laundry list too.
Yep, those are in.
So you're in sync with that.
The other one I think that's going to be important that we watch out for too is improving the filters. Watching those filters at Walton, because if Walton goes down, we're not going to meet our drinking water standards. So those types of projects need to have a priority assignment to them. And I think we're not going to get that priority assignment without Steve talking to his staff and his staff helping to put together the capital improvement plan projects in a priority order.
What's the timing on these recommendations coming to the board?
From who?
From his staff. Are you about ready? Are you?
March will be finance committee, and then April for the board.
Okay. And the process this year will be what, a study session first on finance by the board, if we went straight ahead?
We haven't talked about that yet. The approach I was taking would just be to the finance committee first, and then you can call it a study session if you want. Say again. What were you saying?
I was going to say, again, you're leading with volunteers who are not as intimately knowing as these folks. Even you guys know more than the finance committee because you have a bigger picture. That's not to exclude them. I'm just saying, are you going to do something different?
I think, Mr. Mathis, one of the issues we have right now is we have a finance committee that's got several vacancies on it. And we have people on there that don't have any, with the exception of one, have any accounting or finance background. Yeah. So I think one of our first priorities is to talk about the finance committee and filling those vacancies, taking people off of the finance committee who are not showing up for more than a year, change the roles and responsibilities, update the resolution. I think there's things we need to address with the finance committee before they're going to be of any more value to the general manager and his staff on creating and helping with developing a budget.
But I still have a question that we go back to. Well, let's go back and I'll come back to that one. Let me ask the question we started with. We tabled the discussion about how will we get information, if not committees, then what? And one of the suggestions was made towards the end is one of the ways of not having more meetings of the whole is for the individual members here to at least on a monthly basis have an extensive meeting with Steve. That would be a great first step, as Steve suggested. Does that make sense for you guys?
It does. It also
I think a bunch of us already go in with Steve. I mean, not
Yeah.
as extensively, but.
He buys lunch once in a while. So
Yep,
heck
so
yeah,
we-
we're gonna
Oh.
keep it inexpensive. So yeah, we do talk.
No 5 o'clock meetings,
Oh,
Dave.
no,
I-
no,
okay,
we got lunch now. I got to
Okay,
add
I'll
that to
just
my
do
list
that.
now.
Yeah.
you gotta put that on your budget, you know, it's like, okay.
Well, I think it's also helpful to talk to individual board members as well and
Right.
get their
Yes.
visions and their goals for not only how the board can support the general manager, but for what projects are out there that challenges that not only Steve is facing, but his staff are facing. That would help us get us out of working in our individual silos, which is what we're doing now.
Mm-hmm.
And the other benefit to the study session is.
That's a good suggestion, by the way.
The other benefit to the study sessions is we are representing the district, so we also need to get community input on how they feel the direction we should be going as well as. So.
But it sounds like you're doing that like tomorrow.
With the town halls we are, and we will, our hope and our vision in the long run, and jump in if I don't want to speak for you, Mike, is to get to a point where the other board members are comfortable rotating either in for Mike and I or attending as well. And then eventually, a long-term goal that Mike and I have is to get Steve and his staff to join. These are becoming social events. And it would be great if some of the community members could meet with Steve and his staff on a more of a social basis, even for Steve to do a presentation and, like Daryl and Christina and Steve did today. A lot of this they're not aware of. They're not aware of how hard Steve and his staff are working and what they're up against, and they need to know that. So the town halls provide an opportunity to spread that information, but I think we could do a better job of it with our communication improvements that we intend to do. With the gentleman, for example, that spoke to us today, I think there's a room for improvement there too, but the town halls are a start.
And they seem to be willing to have different approaches.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Can I interject? I live in Auburn Lake Trails, a close community, and our new GM from a year ago has started a coffee with the GM. Very informal, one day a month, sit at a round table, have coffee, and ask him anything you want, and you get the truth instead of all the rumors flying out there about what is and isn't going on. I've really enjoyed them. You can bring up anything at all. We're going right to the source, and I think it's really helped people understand what's going on behind the scenes too.
It sounds like that's what you're doing with your meetings with board. Come and meet your board member.
Correct, but it's just two of us right now to get this started.
Right.
Mike and I set up a plan for 7 months, because we started in December. We're going to go through July, is what we've got scheduled out, and then we were going to revisit the issues towards the end of that and figure out, is this working, is it not? Is there something we need to do better? Is there something we need to do different? I think the same principles that you can hear that come through with some of the things we've discussed here today. But the invitation is always open to the other board members to swap out, to take our place. And if not, Dave and Dane and Dave are welcome to come. We'll just agendize it if we need to. And again, just keep it more of a social event where we're providing just a basic summary of what happened at the previous meeting. And
but
then
if I were the board, if I were Steve, though, I'd have a real concern about that, because it's officially then another board meeting.
Yeah, so that's why we try and keep it to 2.
Yeah.
It could be, but if it turns into that, it's just the opportunity is there. And the opportunity is there for staff and the general manager to attend anytime as well too, to provide some of the background or the answers that he's working on and developing us for that feedback loop. And
Well, it sounds like the one thing we do agree on is, number one is, well, you're going to continue doing what you have on your program, but the
for at least 7 months.
For a few months, and then it's the one thing sounds like we do agree on is continue to meet with Steve monthly. And as we get closer to budget, it'll probably be a little more intense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one agreement. How about the second one, Steve, which is maybe you already have planned, but throwing the proposal out of a budget session, study session, just a study session. By the way, and just let me describe the study session that I'm thinking about. It's not a decision-making session. I'm talking about it for the board's sake. No, you don't have to. It's like, because I'm looking at, see if this is what they want.
Okay.
It's a session where you agendize what the board issues are budget-wise, and you go through there with them to find out, so that you can actually have topics. And then the question comes, how do you want to have a budget study session? Because it's a business meeting, and it's a board discussion. And how do you want to include in a study session the public? Whether it's the same 25 or the same 50, those are the people that are showing up.
I'd rather just see the board get together with Steve and do a budget session, no public whatsoever. Because you're gonna have interruptions constantly. I think that we need to.
Yeah. The only way you can do that legally, though, is a closed session.
Fine, that's fine.
Yeah, but you can't do it.
In a closed session?
No, you can't do a budget session in a closed session particularly. That's why the Boran Act is there, because they don't want you making budget decisions in a closed session.
Well, not decisions, but talk about it.
Well, sometimes there are agreements, like you say, okay, we're in consensus, but we're not taking a vote. Well, you really have. So it prevents that. So you can't do it.
Okay.
Not my idea. I love the idea. You get a lot done.
Yeah,
a lot of getting done at the bar.
Yeah. Well, no, but yeah, we get more things done.
Right. So it sounds like one of the things that's do a little better job in doing a study session, Steve, scheduling it. And still I come back to the question in being able to, for someone to moderate that, Mr. Chairman, is there have to be some periodic times where the public can have some comments. I mean, to have a public meeting of a board and not to have public comments is pretty hard for boards to do these days. Besides that, you probably don't want to do that. And you probably want to have your public relations people there and say, all right, this is your first job, make sure everybody knows what we're doing. Just the opposite of what we do in closed. You want it open. So it sounds like that's a plan.
Have the other boards that you've worked with in the past done something similar to this?
That's a part of the regular process.
And what frequency do they have these sessions? Sessions that are outside of the regular board meetings?
Sometimes,
are these monthly or
sometimes
annually?
Yeah. I'll try to give you an idea. I'll give you 3 or 4 that I'm thinking of. For example, Palmdale right now is pretty active, and Palmdale will do 4 or 5 study sessions a year.
That doesn't surprise me.
And that's because they have, like you, a big but very active community. And they were angry and now they're not.
Right.
Because they've carried on this kind of program that you're trying to initiate now, and they feel confident. Other more secure districts like Cucamonga Valley Water or Inland Empire are pretty much a study session is almost every month because they have so many issues.
It sounds like, in a way, Dr. Matt, the study sessions that you're proposing could almost, in a way, be a satisfactory replacement for the initial discussion we had earlier this morning about your suggestion of having these board committees where there's 2. Dave, you suggested having us all 5. All 5 would be present if we did a study session. We cover a very specific topic, like developing a budget.
Yes.
How do we develop a budget that allows for the financing to go forward, that will allow the general manager to hire the engineer he needs?
Exactly. How
do we develop a budget that will allow the general manager to go through with some of the other financing that he needs for canal lining, addressing any of the topics that we've given, or you have given, priority to your capital improvement projects?
It also accomplishes keeping the board together on projects so you're not divided and giving off negative information. It keeps you together positive. And probably for this district, that's the most important accomplishment you can have.
Right. I do think we need to have more collaboration.
It would work
and more
really
opportunities for collaboration.
So the notion, and I think you were kind of implying I'd rather have a study session, call it whatever you might, but a board of the whole, and getting a decision. The key to the success for study sessions, I believe, is 1 or 2 topics.
Right.
It's really a key.
Right. Yeah. No more.
No more than 2.
And maybe even just 1 to start with.
1's even better.
Well, budget is enough.
And it's complex enough.
Yeah.
If you put 2 on there, then we're back to 5-hour meetings.
Correct.
And nobody wants that.
So I think, Steve, the challenge in that is to choreograph a budget or a meeting on finance, budget and finance that does part of the budget. It's like you have the priorities here, and now you're going to connect the money to it and say here's, and you're pretty well done a lot of that work already. So you're probably ready to have a budget and finance meeting with just that topic. What are going to be the projects we're going to cover?
Well, I think
I'm looking at Steve because I'm thinking he has to choreograph this as the clerk.
Process this. The approach would be, I think, to do it. Ideally, you could do them both. You do an operating budget and you do a capital budget the same workshop.
Yep.
And just for time, but you don't have to. You can split them up. And so, I'm more thinking about how do I coordinate this with the finance committee that you have now. That's where I kind of thought the discussion earlier was kind of positive to let's have a board finance committee. So I think that would be helpful to allow people to get a deeper understanding of the budget on the board.
Well, I still think a finance committee at this juncture for this district is still a great idea. But it doesn't mean you have to develop and have the rest of the committees at this juncture.
Right.
So that's where my thought is now. This might not be where Dr. Bill's going, but when I'm trying to put this together in my head is how do we organize all this stuff. Is I do a finance committee that the board is resolution saying this is their job. And their job is to review the proposed budget from staff. So where do I put them in? Do I put them in before the study session? Do I do a joint meeting with them as part of the study session?
My recommendation, if you're going to go ahead, Dane, what's your experience with this now? I have, with all the 18 districts I deal with currently, and I've dealt with 40 before, you deal with that many on just traveling around.
Yeah, quite a bit.
And so, in depth, I deal with those. But I would almost think that defining that or designating 2 board members as the official finance committee, at least for the next 6 months, is a good idea. Let them work at it.
Yeah.
And actually, it's going to be who has the time to do it, who has the desire to do it. Now, I know that Dave too really relishes this. He just sitting over there thinking, oh, geez, more meetings and sitting with finances, and this is why I'm here. So I think...
I got an F in math.
Oh, okay.
And I went to parochial school, so...
And Dane's going, another couple of meetings, I could really go for this. With my family, they'd love it. No, I don't think I sold that one. So...
I mean, I already make sacrifices
I know
on the family stuff to do this. So I'm happy to do it. I was well aware of what I was getting into. So if it's going to enhance understanding of the budget process and what this district actually needs, I'm all for it.
Okay.
So
and
a budget committee that you're talking about of two board members, a finance committee
absolutely.
of 2 board members.
Yes. So how would you go about that? The method I had suggested in most districts, just say, first of all, you get volunteers, maybe 3 of you volunteer, then you make a selection, getting 2 of them have to be there this time around. What do you think about that? You got to have volunteers. You can't assign if they're not volunteering.
Yep. I don't have a problem.
And I think I would go with budget committee over finance committee, so we can still have our volunteer finance committee out there as well, because we don't want to dissolve that.
Budget committee, call it a budget committee, okay?
Correct. And I'd like to see, if we did something like this, I would definitely volunteer to be on it, and I'd like to see that we have a volunteer from the previous board as well. David Halpern and I were talking about this before he was leaving today, so that we could get some ideas of what his thoughts were on the rest of the afternoon. And so if somebody like Dave and I were working together on like the budget, then we work with the treasurer on who can then be the connection between the finance committee from the board. Then we get somebody on the finance committee who's been on the on this board finance committee or budget committee that's been on the finance committee, working with a previous board member who's got the longevity and the experience from being on the board a lot longer than I have.
Mm-hmm.
He's got that, brings that experience. We still work with the general manager close to develop the budget, bring recommendations back to the board. The board can direct. Michael can share those ideas through his treasury work with the finance committee. I think we try that and assess it for a while and see how it goes, and then step back and review and revise and go forward from there.
So formalize your proposal so I get it. What you were just going through.
Okay, so I volunteer to be on this budget committee.
But establish a budget committee.
And we asked Dave Halpern if he's interested as well.
Okay, that makes a budget committee.
That makes a budget committee
Got
of the
it.
board.
Got it.
Of the board.
Okay.
And we work developing, along with Steve, a budget. We bring back recommendations to the board.
Which means a lot of work between now and the middle of March.
Correct.
Okay. That way the two of you can continue your finance committee work for a little longer. Okay. Dave, what do you think about that?
Sounds good.
I forgot to ask you.
Yep. Sounds good. The only thing is, we're probably still gonna have to, if we're able to meet with Steve, because I know Dane has ideas that he'd like to see in the budget, so things we could run by him as well individually that can be brought before them also, because I know we all have ideas and plans.
But Steve can bring those to Dane as he goes along, so Dane's not left out.
Yep.
If Dave one is willing to be on that budget committee.
Yes, and the same for Dave Souza. If Dave Souza has ideas of what you want to see, that you're going to have discussions with the general manager on a regular basis anyway of things you'd like to see done or prioritized, or and that information will get filtered back through Steve and
the beauty
the budget committee.
Of meeting commitment of all of you to meet with him, and he keeps the board up just on information.
Right.
Covers that gap.
Yes.
Why would you want to see a previous board member?
Because they likes or looks.
Experience, knowledge, experience.
No, not previous as someone who's not on the board now. She means one of the new ones.
One of you,
and
three.
Oh, okay.
Previous to Mike and I coming on board.
Somebody that was on the board years ago.
No.
We're not gonna go backwards.
No, we're not. No, nobody's going backwards.
Somebody on the current board.
All that
Forward.
That's right.
All forward.
So that would
no,
really.
I meant previous to the
really
election.
means
Mike and I
either
get sworn
Dave
in.
one or.
Sorry, should have clarified.
Or Dane or Dave.
Or Dane.
Correct.
With one of you.
One of the three gentlemen sitting here.
Right.
Earlier today.
What you think about that?
My only concern is we're talking a lot about like this budget committee, and then talking with the treasurer on getting a consensus on finance issues or budget ideas going forward.
You'd have to do it at a formal meeting.
I think you start getting very
No, I think she's talking about whatever they did with the budget committee. Then I talk with Steve, and then when we have our finance committee meeting, we'd say, this is what was brought up in the budget committee. Is what I think she was saying.
Yeah, the channels would always have to be through the board meetings.
Right. It would have to come back to the board meeting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the board would have to direct the guidance as a whole.
What Zane is referring to, though, is you got to be really careful that it's not a chain.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And just being aware of that.
And that's where general manager steps in.
So you're the hall monitor? That's what you usually like to do? Yeah.
I love doing that.
That's good.
Thing. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
I don't want to be the.
Well, but I think with each of them knowing what the rules are, they got to be careful.
Right.
I just think no reason to even ask the issue. I feel like maybe we've gone around on this, and I didn't mean to do that. Was that it seems to me if you have a budget, I'm gonna just put it this way: if you have a budget study session, you don't need the finance committee, volunteer finance committee. If you have a budget committee of 2 board members, you don't need a volunteer finance committee. I mean, to me, you're just adding an extra step in there at that point. I mean, the whole point of the finance committee reviewing the budget was provide advice to the board. If we're just going to go to the board and do a 2-hour study session on it, there's really no reason to have a volunteer finance committee look at it. And that's.
Well, there's an anomaly here that you've got to deal with. The fact is, they got elected by going to the public directly and doing a yeoman job in getting people to come out and including the public, and the rest of the board has not yet come around and done an equal amount of work to justify them completing their job and their promise, which they think is around July. So that part of it may be done at that time. If the rest of the board and the commitment to public relations and openness is there, everybody wins then.
Well, first of all, that's not true. Right?
Okay.
So it's not that I know everyone. The town halls are great and all that. But I do plenty of things too. I've started writing an article in the newspaper about a update. I've given update at our chamber meetings every month about what the district is doing. I know Dave does stuff too. I probably know half of it what he does. So other people, we all do it.
So I can't dismiss the effort by the former board either, like you folks. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
No, I know.
Yeah, so I get you.
So
it is
we do in all of our own ways.
Sure.
I just don't think we don't post it on Facebook that this is what we're doing. I'm a little more understated myself. I just like to do it, and it's not about them putting the spotlight on me to look at what I'm doing. So that's there's a little difference there, but I think all of us do it. And then my other issue too, as I heard someone talking about, like, oh, this committee would work on the work on the budget with the general manager, or I just would think it needs to be kind of clarified with getting back to that whole policy versus management role, that the budget is a staff document that's brought to the budget or brought to the board for an approval. Not that I get in there. Again, I can do it. I've done it for a living. Did budgets with Placer County Water Agency, and I went through every line item, and we'd start going through.
Right.
That's not what the board does. That's a staff job.
Well, I think
that's as long as that's clear.
Yes, I think the budget committee, as opposed to the finance committee, to me later on they'll both be the same. But in the interim, is the budget committee meeting with Steve is not to go through all the mini budget items. It's to help set some priorities and put a connected budget together with it, and learn more intricacies about it. But meeting with the GM about budget is certainly good, because that budget committee then brings to the board some recommendations and ideas, which helps out the other three.
Correct, and it seems like if the role of the finance committee, since they work under the direction of the board, if it is to assist the general manager in developing the budgets or developing any information of reports that have to do around with budgets or audits, provide financial support and services to when Steve needs it, when his staff need it, when Christina needs it, the finance committee remains as a volunteer committee to assist and provide services and support whenever budgets need to be developed or audits need to be reviewed before they go to the next phase, or even budgets before they go to the next phase, and that could be before or after going to the budget committee. So I see the role of the finance committee to be one that supports Steve in helping him with his time that's stretched and short, to help him do the work that he needs to get accomplished, which could be developing the budget.
That's not the job of the finance committee. The finance committee is an advisory body that basically Steve brings the budget to them for feedback. They don't get in and do the budget.
I was just going to suggest
correct
that the budget committee would in fact receive from Steve his recommended first run at the budget, and then priority wise, then this committee, the budget committee, would be looking at that and asking questions about the priorities and so forth, but they wouldn't really go into nickel diming of the stuff. But so the expectation, you're quite right, is that he's going to have done he and staff would have done a lot of work. Maybe Joe's even participating with it. Whomever his resources are to bring you stuff to discuss, then he's still free to go do that.
Correct. And the finance committee, the way the resolution is written now is that they don't support the development or the staff in helping the GM, but that's not necessarily means it needs to stay that way.
Good.
If he feels that he needs the support of the finance committee to help his staff, if they're short-staffed or they need the support, then that's what the finance committee could be used for. It could also be used for reviews after.
Well, I would caution
afterwards
you,
as
don't
well.
muddy the waters. You're muddying the waters now. Is you can't run a district on volunteers. They have to be subservient to the board members. And it has to be an official organ of that. And you want to make sure it's official.
And that's what I understand the finance committee is. They're voluntary, but they work at the discretion of the board.
I'm talking about the budget committee.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay, I thought you said finance committee.
I'm separating the budget committee from the finance.
Yes.
Which is what you guys are working on.
Correct.
I'm talking about the budget committee as you've defined it. And he prepares that first. At this juncture, we have a proposal that Halpern and you may be serving on that budget committee.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. And if Halpern can't do it, he's volunteer.
Okay.
Or he may volunteer if Dave doesn't want to. I don't know if Davey will do it.
Right.
So we'll have to find that out. But it is a solution out of this kind of murky water.
Mm-hmm.
The one downside of it, where the committees work for something like the community outreach, where kind of the goals are the same, but when you have two working on, okay, these are the priorities, then it comes back to the full five, and then 2 or 3 out of the other 5 says, well, I don't think these are the priorities. So that's why I think when it comes to budget, a study session where all of us are together is probably.
That's where you'll hash it out.
Is probably
but
better than.
The two official budget board members will say, here's our recommendation.
Mm-hmm.
But it's clearly open that the other 3 are going to come in with their differences.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
that's what the board's for.
Right. Right.
And that all works.
Right.
As long as decisions aren't made without all 5.
Right.
Good with that, Dave?
100%.
Can you?
Yeah, I think Steve makes a good point though about the finance committee. If you have this budget committee, how do you rope in the finance committee on in this process? See, it feels like an extra step to me.
It is.
Well,
no, it is an extra step, but they're not roped into the group as a whole. They can. What it is I look at it as they're going to continue their activities through whatever period they do, but we put in place a budget committee that's going to act for the board and recommend for the board. They just have access now to the budget committee to give progress to the finance group.
I think the difference there is the budget committee is going to terminate after the budget is done, whereas the finance committee.
Well, then you have to decide if that's something you want to continue or not.
Mm-hmm.
Your whole idea of experimenting is because we're really trying to bring this board together and the community together, and you're starting a bunch of new initiatives. Like we're going to work together, and we're going to keep working at it until we try to make it work. I'm just trying to kind of stick it together. And it may feel awkward at first. You'll say, yeah, we don't need that. It's a duplication.
Right.
It is a duplication, Dane. There's no question about it. It's an awkward one.
I'm not so sure. I may need your help in clarifying, Dr. Mathis, the differences between the budget committee then and the finance committee, because I see them as being 2 separate entities with 2 separate functions. I see the finance committee being an ongoing long-term function in the capacity that they've always served in. And that's not to help the general manager decide project priorities.
Right.
Or the budget and where to find the money to do those priority
projects.
Periodic
updates on the
where
budget.
The budget committee would be set up to
be an ongoing entity.
Possibly at first we try it and just set it up and try it, so that the goal of the budget committee is to help the general manager explain to us the in-depth details of the budget and help us as a board find that finance that he needs to do those priority projects.
And to help do the priorities.
So I see the budget committee and the finance committee as 2 separate entities with 2 separate functions.
Well, I almost look at in your terms, I almost look at the budget committee as advisory, and you have a couple of board members who are just participating in it.
to advise the board and bring recommendations back to all five, then it's all five collectively that move forward from there.
The official organ is the budget committee, and you made a comment, it goes, the budget committee goes away. It doesn't have to. It could become the finance, essentially the finance committee and budget committee combined at some point when the community trust level is high enough that you don't have to separate it out.
If we get to that point.
But that's not going to stop the other board members from doing their activity either.
Right. But it sounds like if we get to that point, I'm thinking of flip roles then. If we get to that point, then it appears that if the two are then one and the same, then now you have a finance committee that's helping to set the priorities and find the funding for priority projects in the future that the general manager would like to see accomplished.
Future planning.
And that's currently now what they're not tasked with doing under the current resolution. But again, under modifications, it could be. It could be something that is modified so that the finance committee is molded into something more that would be functional and use of the general manager.
I follow your thinking. Steve, are you fairly clear on that?
Can I say no? I think, well, I know we're doing now. I don't know, it seems like we've got a short-term plan. We're going to see how things go.
It sounds like the short-term plan is
Budget committee.
Budget committee.
Finance committee. Full board workshop.
Yeah.
I have another question though, and
sure, I know the
this
answer.
Has come up recently. I'm sure you do. In terms of you restructuring what the appointment process would be for the budget committee, who makes that decision?
Well, first of all, you have to ask for volunteers. Then I was suggesting that then the president say, with a recommendation of who the two would be for this round.
Okay, because we have an issue right now with current finance committee appointments where the resolution says that the board president is supposed to interview candidates and bring recommendations to the full board. We have board members who are saying, no, we're not doing that. I'm not doing that. I don't trust you essentially to do that.
Right.
So I'm going to interview these people on my own.
Right.
When I want to.
Right.
So I guess I just think that we'll probably be in the same situation again if there's
it's a dangling Chad, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Yeah, it sure is. Fortunately, if this experiment works, you probably won't have that problem because probably the volunteerism part of having a finance committee will have changed, evolved to where you have two board members that are responsible and on that committee. You won't have a need for the other.
No, I'm talking about just even on the first appointments.
I follow you.
What if I don't appoint the right people? I'm serious.
I can't.
This is it, right? Because I'm getting the same thing right now. Like certain board members don't trust
the decision.
Like the finance committee. I have the most experience of anybody on the finance committee.
Right.
Been on the board longer than everybody else, so I've got a good handle on it.
Right.
And again, it's basically been that no, we don't trust you. We'll just interview our own people in our own time. Essentially in violation of the resolution that we have on this.
Right. What does the resolution say, by the way, on that?
It says either the board president can interview, bring recommendation to the board, or appoint a committee to interview candidates. I just went with me interviewing myself because they're trying to coordinate schedules, and frankly, it's my schedule which is the problem, frankly. And as I said, I've got more institutional knowledge than anybody of the finance committee.
Right.
So I thought it was efficient enough just to basically do it that way, and then bring the recommendations forward.
Yeah. Well.
So I'm just trying to work through this a little bit.
I have an operating basic prejudice. I will, and that's what it is, based on the experience I have with other districts, is that a finance committee should not be made up of volunteers. Period. Because you can't give away volunteerism from the responsibility when two board members don't own it. They need to spearhead it and be officially appointed organ, and not mavericks off doing it on their own, because the objective is to bring people together. So given that, one of the things you could do is not appoint anybody, and they, in the current way it's structured, can invite anybody they want and say, "We'd like you. Come on over and be a part of the finance committee with us," because it's not an official organ. The way they're operating, it's not official. So the two people that are on there that don't show up, or the one or three, if any of that's true, is the fact, so they don't show up, they're not part of their group anyway. So I don't think you need to do anything. That'd be my simple-minded answer. Give me something better.
No, it's an official subcommittee, and the treasurer is the liaison, so that's built in. So it's an official.
So you feel some responsibility to do something?
Well, whoever's the treasurer. So at this point in time, I am. So I go. Before it was Dave Halpin, so he went. So unless we change that.
Yeah.
And I leave everything up to Dane, and once he brings the interviewees to us, we'll all see and go through it. So I mean, I've been on board with the process.
So what would you like to see happen in this interim? Is that fair to ask you?
Yep, I think study session. I know that the time where we have a budget committee and a study session is a lot of extra work. So I think just study session is probably the best way to go about it, and invite the finance committee when we have the study session. That kills two birds with one stone. We have both meetings at once, and instead of 3 meetings, we have 1.
And it'll be up to you to keep them informed so that they don't have to start from scratch for being up to date on what the budget committee has been doing.
Well, the finance committee's always been there. So I mean, what's going to happen at this one is everything's going to be pretty much new, and the president, Rick Gillespie, and the 3 members that are there now have continuity over the last year. So I mean, they've been there, so it'll just be the new members that'll be brought up to speed. But if it's going to be a joint meeting, we're all together, it's going to be pretty good input from everybody, because Rick Gillespie has years of experience on it in terms of the policies and the budget and things we've done in the past, and what he thinks is a good way to go. So plus with
you know of course, this is an awfully complicated way to run the district. It's like the factions, and we're trying to get through. Our goal is to get through to where you don't have the factions, that the board as a whole or some agreement, and we're taking a kind of baby step, half step.
Yeah.
And the half step is, I still think a notion would be, don't appoint anybody, and let him invite, Cindy and him invite who they want to invite, but it's not official.
Well, our town halls doesn't have anything to do with budgets. Ours is just informational, so that's actually separate from.
Yeah.
That's not district business at all.
Yeah.
But the finance committee that's been in place, that's been a district agendized meeting for several years now.
So you want him to appoint somebody?
Oh, for the budget committee? Oh, now I'm mixing. Budget committee, yeah, he can. I mean, I can't be part of the budget committee if I'm staying liaison with the finance committee. So I would not be volunteering for that one.
All right. So we have 3 volunteers that you get to choose from for the budget committee, and that's the only official action. You took a lot of responsibility right off your shoulders. Are you good with that?
Yeah.
I mean, in the interim.
Mm-hmm.
Dave, anything to add to that?
No.
Is that pretty clear? Now?
Yeah. You shouldn't ask me anymore.
Not satisfactory.
He's like, it's a lot of work.
Well, I'm going to keep working on you until we get it right.
Yes, I didn't think I'd get it. We're going to do
a budget committee. Yes.
And we'll do the budget to the budget committee, and then we'll do the budget to the finance committee. Right? The volunteer finance committee? We're not cutting them out at this point, are we?
The finance committee.
There's a volunteer finance committee that exists that was established by board resolution.
Has to.
That's volunteer. So the resolution says they're supposed to review the draft budget. So we'll loop them in after.
Yep.
I think after you do your budget committee.
Okay.
And your board workshop, we'll loop them in.
Somehow.
Before you bring them back.
Yep.
That's fine.
Sounds right, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you had a question, Dr. Mathis, on how we loop them back in, so I guess when we get to that point, we'll have to have that discussion.
We'll have a finance committee meeting and it'll be a draft budget.
Right.
Because there's some things that the finance committee does that the board committee doesn't necessarily have to do and probably shouldn't do, like the RFP process and things like that.
Where we could have them as part of the full board study session. You could just have them there too. That would be better.
That's a great idea.
That's how we loop them back in.
That'd be the way to loop them back in.
Yeah.
Makes more sense that way. But if you didn't have your budget committee, your board budget committee, then I'd have the finance committee separate. But because you have this board budget committee, I'll combine them for this full board meeting.
Well, we're sort of suspending the whole running, separating of the committee structure, or the finance committee, and trying to pull them all together here as a goal.
Right.
And we haven't achieved it yet, but we're trying to do it, and we've started our public relations communication outfit. We're trying to achieve a lot of things at once, and it's going to be a little fuzzy. And so we're going to have to be, is your term, flexible in this process?
Well, I'm trying to think if we should appoint then more finance committee members, because then they're coming on board and they don't know about the budget as much.
Right. They won't know more than anybody else knows.
Well, no, because the other finance committee members have actually been there for a little while.
I think the advantage we'll have, though, is from some of the folks that I've talked to that want to volunteer on the finance committee, they're bringing finance and budget backgrounds with them. So they'll be able to get up and running and up to speed quicker than somebody who would be coming to the board, or excuse me, the finance committee, without that background experience.
So what's the solution you would have for that?
Well, I think it can only help if we fill those vacancies, because the more people that want to help, the more hands and eyes we have to help get things accomplished, the better. And again, if I'm correct in this, dissecting this conversation and discussion correctly, we have two entities. A budget committee that's going to do a different function than a finance committee.
Yes.
Eventually, we're going to pull them together.
Right.
If we pull them together
and make them official board functions,
and then they can come up to speed, and we can bring them up to speed with this budget study session that we're going to have.
Well, I think
we have the opportunity to bring them up to speed.
This would be making two official organs that are going to go like this at some point. We're concerned about.
I see.
And we haven't dissolved the budget committee, but we have it inadequately staffed. And we're suggesting to have a board of two of finance or of budget as a beginning structure, and it's headed towards a committee structure.
Okay, and just to be clear, I think you said budget committee again when you meant finance committee originally. Finance committee originally, I think, is the idea you want to eventually dissolve them.
We want the budget committee.
The finance committee. You want to eventually dissolve the finance committee and keep the budget committee.
Yes.
Is that what I understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And as we're successful, that should be easier to do, because you'll have a much more satisfied community that doesn't feel like they have to come in and be the say-all in finances, and they'll be more trusting in the board per se. And all of you's job is communication with the public.
Right.
So I would still leave the appointments open. You would ask that they be filled?
For the finance committee or the budget committee?
Finance committee. He's gonna.
Well, we've already interviewed all those people, and they're coming to our next meeting expecting to be asked. Our resolution, we should fill the positions, even if we end up dissolving it later on. We kind of owe it to those people.
So you want him to make a decision?
Well, it's not my decision.
Well, it comes to the board, so all five of us.
All right.
I would say the same thing. Go ahead and fill the vacancies on the finance committee now, because we may elect eventually not to keep the budget committee.
Okay.
It may go away after the budget is finished this year, and we may enact it for a couple of meetings next year when the budget needs to be developed again, or priorities need to be assessed again next year.
I think it's still complex, but I got you.
And if it works well, we might decide, oh wow, that worked well. Maybe we'll do this for, let's do a committee to look at a certain grant, or let's do a committee to look at something for outreach or so.
Okay.
We'll see how it works, and we might spring more out of it.
So there are two of you that are thinking appoint.
I think, I don't, if the conversation we're having, I don't think you should. Like you should, if we're going to get away from the finance committee anyways.
Right.
Then, as someone who volunteered for it, I wouldn't want to be someone, well, you brought me on and then you're just going to dissolve. Like, I got better things to do with my time.
Right.
Thanks, but. So I would say leave them out. Don't make appointments, because we're going to go to this different model.
Dave.
Totally confused.
It is complex.
It
we
is
are in transition.
complex.
New finance committee members,
But
since
we
we're
may
basically
dissolve the budget
moving
committee.
away from the finance committee. We're going towards this board budget committee with 2 board members. Should we appoint, we've got 4 or 5 applicants for the finance committee.
I think we should.
So I was going to say, Dave, because the risk we have if we don't appoint them, and then we dissolve the budget committee after the budget is done, then we have no budget committee and no finance committee.
We need some residents, taxpayers on the finance and budget committee, because whatever we say, they don't believe us.
Right.
So I think it's helpful if we have some volunteers.
Well, it's 3 votes for it, so that's it. Okay, got it.
Yeah, I think that also gives good guidance for where the board knows where we want the organization and the district needs to go.
Right.
The community has the input of what things they'd like to see as well. So I mean, they have differing opinions and stuff that are also helpful. Sometimes things that we don't even think of. So.
And experience.
Right.
Sounds like.
Right.
Okay. Steve, what else is on your agenda? This is, by the way, just one more comment. This solution is a hybrid that I had never even thought of.
That's what happens when you get collective minds together. We discuss openly and kind of brainstorm.
Open, it's like you're trying to make it work.
Right.
Okay. Any other major dangling chads that we need to?
Well, there wasn't 20 minutes ago, but
now he's like, this is
conversation here about volunteer committees, and I think it's actually been going on all day about volunteer committees and what's the role of volunteer committees, and I hear some ideas of grant committees and these things. I need to know if that's what the board really wants to do with the district. I mean, do you want
and those wouldn't be
staff to do work, or do you want to have volunteers move?
Those wouldn't be volunteers.
No.
Those committees would be 2 board members.
Two board members.
Those would be board members.
That's where we're headed.
Okay,
Right.
that's good. Okay,
That's where we're headed.
Yeah.
I understand.
Because I kind of agree with you on,
Okay.
Right.
in terms of having people that we can count on is gonna come in and do the stuff. I mean, we know the board is dedicated to doing it.
We're not headed in the direction of trying to have volunteers do staff work.
Okay.
We've included, yeah.
No more hanging chads on my side.
Okay, good, good. Any comments from public?
There's two.
Hell,
Yes,
my wife is
okay.
somewhere. I don't know. My wife went to the bathroom, so.
I think they should keep the finance committee.
I'm sorry?
I think they should keep the finance committee.
Okay.
But get people on it that actually have experience, because there's 2 people on there right now that have like 0.
Okay.
And they just rubber stamp stuff. It's like they don't even look like they look at the package.
Okay.
They seem to have nothing to contribute.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. You want me to wait for your wife?
Yeah. If I don't let her talk, then it's gonna be a long day.
A long night.
Right.
A long night.
That camera's on, by the way.
I take that back.
I'm waiting for your last comment. On
I have
anything in
no
general?
comment on it.
Yay!
I mean, in carefully listening to
Okay.
the
It's a great discussion.
the presentation before about, you know, what the responsibilities were of the board chairperson for choosing, you know, interviewing and all that, it seems to me like it's not that they get to choose the people, it's that they get to choose the people they're gonna present to the board.
Right.
So at that point in time, it's like, well, it's up to the board to make the final decision.
Right.
So, you know, whatever you guys decide is.
Whatever they decide.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Mr. Chair, I'm thinking we're at an end. And we'll put some notes out in there and include the material that Steve presented. And one of the priorities, I think we have accomplished, one of the priorities on Steve's priority list is the challenge for the budget committee is to come up with a way to finance that engineer. See how you can do it. That's part of the challenge. If not all of it. If Steve had his way, he'd say all three, but that would cause a firestorm, you know.
Right.
You know, and you're not ready to do that one.
We
You're
can't
ready,
afford it right now.
You're ready to kind
Right.
of,
Yeah.
let's do that. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. So then with that, we will adjourn the special meeting of the Georgetown Divide Public Utility District, 3:17 p.m. We are adjourned until our next regular meeting, which is March 12th at 2 p.m. in the district office.
Thank you for your help, by the way.
Hey, no problem.
We appreciate you a lot.